ex officio representative from the Natural Area Reserves Commission.
Aloha mai kako o wau no ka noi Sulanamo Wilson no Kioka Hilo mai iau mai ka moku o ke awe ke kahi. I am the Native Hawaiian cultural, I guess, subject matter expert on the panel, and o kia ko makahiki hope loa. So I have served my time well on this commission, and mahalo nui a o ko pakaia pau no ka hele ana mai ke halawais. Mahalo.
Aloha kakahiaka, I'm Kawe Lucas, aka Christian.
Well, that fulfills our quorum requirement of 5. Thank you, Commissioner White. Recognizing staff in attendance, David Penn, DLNR Division of Forestry and Wildlife, and Dauda Inji, Research Corporation of the University of Hawaii Office of Land and Ocean Conservation Futures. Julie China and Tina Tsuchiyama from the Department of the Attorney General Land Division are available via Zoom upon request. The Commission will now continue its agenda with item B6, an application from Hu'iva'o Molokai, partnering with the Trust of Public Land for $318,750 to acquire fee title for one parcel of approximately 23.8 acres at Malama Kanakahakai, District of Molokai, Island of Molokai, tax map 5-5-005:006. I believe that presenters include Lohiau Pao from Hu'iva'a and Elise Parker from applicant, the Trust for Public Land. I'd just like to advise all applicants, if you're planning on lots of testimony after your presentation, please try to keep your presentation somewhat short. So in fairness to following applications, but I'm ready to, so I'll now turn it over to Lohiau and Elise for your presentation.
Zoom.
We'll have 11 people present with us today. And we're going to start with a video. Next week, please.
Beginning the canoes rig down here at my brother's place. Then we head up to Lohiau Pao's house. We are here to spread the knowledge of voyaging. We are currently developing our entity on island called Hu'iva'o Molokai. Our voyaging nonprofit. It's not a new vision. It's something that's been on our mind.
Sorry, wait 1 second. This is not screen sharing. Yeah.
Good angle.
The flexibility. Yeah, my phone just crashed. We're gonna go through the Wi-Fi special again today. You, make this co-host well. So I do too. Oh, they wash it down. I'm back. Mission one. Joel first.
Gee.
No problem. Other question. We could also submit the video. Separate email.
You shall overcome.
That's right, Emma.
There we go. Jesus Christ.
The YouTube isn't live,
It went down? Okay, okay.
Heinsberg, or generation started with back in the 70s with my dad and Benny.
I sailed on Hokulea in 1976 and I did the voyage home from Tahiti to Hawaii. Our ancestors sailed. That's who they are. We come from canoes, sailing canoes. We can learn so much from sailing. And that's probably an aspect of our culture that Mocha has been missing for a long time. And it'll just further connect us.
Had the privilege to sail inter-island and all over the place.
This is a tradition that our kupuna have employed ever since. So putting that skill set back in our hands provides more options for our community.
You know, we have a lot of community members of Molokai that have sailed on other ba'a around the state. And so the vision right now is that we're bringing our community together to use ba'a to educate, inspire, train future generations of Molokai residents who will be ready to sail on the bigger ba'a.
At first, I was kind of skeptical, being on land guy, and I used to do canoes on the water. But after watching them and after getting in them and actually going out, it gives you a sense of pride that you're doing them the old way. It's another component of aloha, and being Hawaiian.
This is different from
You're just surrounded by all of these symbols of not just the past, but of culture, that are still living here on Molokai today. So to be in a ba'a, to be with the people you grew up with, friends and family, I think that's probably the best combination I can think of.
The reason why we're here today is because this property right here, which goes from this building down to the ocean. Ultimately, we also have a piece of land that's being offered to us to have as a home base on the shore in Kamakaka'ai, 24 acres of land. And that's part of the dream as well. It's not just to get the nonprofit started up, but to acquire this property so that we can have a place to house these activities and house the ba'a, and also to partner with other nonprofits who work on aloha aina, to ecosystem restoration, watershed management. And so it's a space where we can really bring the best of our community together to partner to create a space that will really uplift our entire community.
Sailing is just another piece of cultural knowledge. Us to become better stewards. It's another way to be connected. It's like plugging in, to our kupuna.
You were done.
In the canoes read down here at my brother's plate.
All right, well, a huge mahalo to Matt, obviously, for putting that together. He's obviously very good at what he does, Matt Yamashita, with that. Good day, ALHA commissioners and legacy staff, thank you, Delga, for persevering with all of this IT stuff. I'm Elise Tapiasu Parker with Trust for Public Lands. And mahalo again for taking the time today to learn about all of these special places and especially these incredible people who are stepping up to take care of all of these places. We've already heard so much about TPL, so I'm just going to read our vision here. Our vision for Hawaii is that the people of Hawaii are thriving and healthy and meaningfully connected to the land, to each other, and living Hawaiian culture. Next slide. And again, these are 2 programs. It's just important to note, pretty significant that 2 Molokai community members, Uncle Emmett Alili and Colette Machado, were really instrumental in creating our Aloha Aina program. This project, Malama Konakahakai, is exactly the type of project that they likely had in mind. This project protects lands that are culturally important to Native Hawaiian communities and returns these lands to Native Hawaiian organizations for community and cultural stewardship. So again, this is our map, just showing our 1 completed Molokai project with the 2 projects in the works here today in purple. And otherwise, just to reiterate, we've protected almost 80,000 acres across the Pai'aina for almost 50 years working in Hawaii. So I'll turn it over now to Lohiau, but just to share more about Huiva'a, he and Matt will both introduce themselves, but just in case they're going to be overly humble, I just wanted to say that getting to know them over the course of this project, I really witnessed their deep dedication to their community and to this Aina in particular, their wide skill sets as navigators, fishermen, filmmakers, first responders, nonprofit organizers, fathers. No joke, one of them holds an Emmy Award, the other one an MBA.
Before I want to start,
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
major challenge was we never had a place for voyaging education, which brings us here today. It's not just, I'm just gonna read a quote from Andy Penny. It's not just go sail one time, it's a lifetime commitment. Fortunate enough to be a part of these, if we were fortunate to be a part of these experiences, our responsibility is to take those lessons learned and share them, make sure they're continued. And the message that Hokulea carries is Aloha Aina. That quote reflects the longstanding intention to bring Va'a experiences back to Molokai that last forever. And that intention is deeply personal. For the slide before I forget. Oh, sorry, right there. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, so I've got to learn that, of course, and I think Penny, but alongside navigators and captains like Lionel Thompson and Kalepo Babayan and Bruce Blankenfield. And with that, I've been pushed into the role, the leadership role. And it's what most of us are doing today, and that's what you want to see. And I see a bunch of my classmates here, and it's good to see that we're taking that initiative. So I tried to continue my father's kuleana of teaching and mentoring. I've taught at the Molokai High School some navigation classes, and we were able to take some students on Hokulea and sail for the first time in my life. Because as long as I was around Hokulea, we always went and did anchor watch and sat at the pier and not leave, because we never really had that capacity. But throughout growing, we were able to take some students on Hokulea, and it was an amazing time. And after my dad passing in 2015, I had the privilege to fill his position on Hokulea on one of the longest voyages in history. It was a part of the Malama Honua voyage, and we sailed from Cape Town to Brazil. I was 23 years old, kind of the same age as Auntie Penny when she went to Tahiti. I never gone over 24 hours on a Va'a at that point, and it took us 45 days. So it was a real brain damage kind of moment. When yeah, he said. To Aotearoa, and the special moment on that leg, we were able to talk to my captain. We were able to phone in to our commissioner meeting, and through Zoom, while in the middle of Rarotonga and Waitangi, and I was able to introduce our project, our Kaunakahakai, to the commissioners for the first time. So that was really the last March, when Hokulea reached its 50th year and the community was coming together. Molokai really asked ourselves, and how do we make sure our experience we learn outer islands and while sailing is grounded back home. And from that question, we moved forward and decided to create our Huiva'o Molokai, which is backed by decades of work. Although it's a newly formed nonprofit, we know that we have the support and the resources to move it forward. Our mission for our nonprofit is to empower our families and youth with ikipuna and deep enduring connection to Aina Kai and community through the practice and teachings of all aspects of law. Our mission is reflected here in these images. We have kids learning, we have families coming together, sailing in local i'a, and we during this time of organizing and a week opportunity, the land at Kaunakahakai became available, and the stars are aligning, so to say. And so we reach with that potential acquisition, we have a real chance at strengthening law education on Molokai, and starts with restoring the land and establishing that place for programs that can be sustained forever. But I'm gonna have Elise talk a little bit more about that particular parcel right now. Thank you.
Next slide. Okay, so that brings us up to this moment and this acquisition project at hand. You can see here the land at Malama. So I'm just gonna give kind of the brief overview, and then I'll turn it back to Matt and we'll bring you through project in more detail. Okay, so here you can see the property is outlined in orange. If you're familiar with Kaunakakai, it's that vacant coastal land as you come into town, if you're coming from the airport from the west side, right as you cross the Kaunakakai stream. It's 23 acres of coastal land right there next to the wharf in town, central, and long held in private hands and inaccessible to the community. Okay, so thanks to Matt, we have these great aerial photos, which gives a much better perspective of the land. So the land contains the mouth of Kaunakakai Stream and this levee system you see coming right down the middle that was built in 1950. So the benefit of the levee system is it does protect the eastern portion of the land, more Mauka section, from flooding. We'll see. Also visible, you can see in the dirt, the misuse of the land as a sort of off-roading spot known as dust bowls. But, in my mind, what is really most apparent here is the potential of this land with community stewardship to support the vision of Huiwa o Molokai. So I've learned throughout this process that Kaunakahakai is meaning resting on the beach or canoe landing is an old name for Kaunakakai. So it's really because this place already has these calm, protected waters. It's a central location. This land is really the ideal home for Huiwa to reactivate this aina into what it is meant to be, which is a place and a place for community. Next slide. Okay, so project structure, TPL will purchase and transfer the land to Huiwa o Molokai for long-term community stewardship. The project is supported by the County of Maui to both hold the future conservation easement and provide matching funds. A letter from County Managing Director Josiah Nishita is attached to the application. And the project is also supported by Council Member Kenny Rollins Fernandez, who joined us at the Commissioner site visit as well. So this is one 23.8 acre coastal parcel. I just want to really emphasize that this is a very straightforward transaction and at a total estimated cost of $425,000. So we're hopeful that you'll recommend this project for the $318,750 that are required to complete the acquisition. The project really does represent a very high value use of public funds. For just $318,000 paired with matching support from the County of Maui, we can complete this straightforward single TNK acquisition that transforms this long neglected parcel known as Dust Bowls into a major community resource and a permanent home for Huiwa. So with protection, the coastal wetland can be restored to support native biodiversity and provide critical natural infrastructure to buffer flooding and sedimentation. The land could shelter the endangered Ai'o and Alaikeokeo which are currently thriving right next door at the county's wastewater treatment plant. So I'm sure they would be very happy to move over to some more natural habitat. And of course, the ecological benefits are just one part of this, right? There's the huiva'a. It's a rare opportunity to create an educational and cultural hub that could serve hundreds of students every year, supporting traditional navigation and va'a education at the center of the Molokai community. And as I've been learning from Auntie Penny, Wahiao, Matt, and Hui, va'a education is not just about navigational skills and seafaring. It's a value system, and it's a way of relating to place and to aina, and they are seeking to perpetuate that on Molokai. So at roughly $13,000 per acre for coastal land in Hawaii, that's the legacy price tag. It's extraordinarily low, especially for a project that delivers ecological restoration, cultural renewal, community access, and climate resilience. So I also want to emphasize that there is real urgency here to do this now. While the current landowner has been extremely supportive and is aligned with the mission of Huiva'a throughout this process, he's also been clear that he's in a rush to sell. So the property was actively listed until May when Lohiau first contacted the landowner, but it's unlikely that he will keep it off the market if we are not successful in this round of funding. So although the state land is designated as, although the state land use designation is conservation, I just wanted to put up the real estate listing because it does explicitly advertise the potential to develop a private home. And of course, as you know, that would require land board approval and a lot of permitting. We all know that it's really not uncommon for offshore investors to buy coastal land in Molokai, thinking that they're going to build their private estate there. So portions of this parcel are protected, like I said, by that Kaunakakai levee. So there is dry land above the flood zone and above the sea level rise zone that could actually make that outcome a reality, which of course would be a significant loss for the community. So for just over 300,000 of public conservation funding designed precisely for projects like this, we have the chance to instead return this land to community stewardship. It's a rare opportunity at a really rare price and one that we probably will not see again. So that's my message today, and I'll be available for questions afterwards, but these guys are going to tell you about the value of this place.
Aloha. First of all, I'd just like mahalo you guys, the commissioners, for giving us this opportunity to be here today and to present. And also just individually to each one of you, for taking the time to serve on this commission. Such an important role that you guys play. And, legacy land is really just, in my mind, such an amazing opportunity for us to put Hawaii lands back in Hawaii hands. So mahalo to you guys for the time and energy you guys put in to listen to all of these and to make the difficult decision about how to award the funds, but mahalo. However it goes, mahalo. My name is Matt Yamashita, 47 years old, born and raised in Molokai. I'm a parent, recently a grandparent. My family's time on Molokai began in 1928 when my grandfather moved there at the age of 24 to wire and build the first power plant to electrify the island. And I was thinking about this just yesterday. He would tell us stories of how when he first arrived and how he fell in love with Molokai at first sight, arriving at the wharf he came by steamship. And I put it together. The first thing he saw was this property because the old wharf was positioned right in front of this space. So although we kind of disconnected from it today because of how it's been abandoned and abused through the years, it really is a place that our island knows well. Every time we drive through Kaunakakai, we pass this aina. Every time it floods, we are amazed at the amount of water moving through this aina. Every time there's an election, we see all the candidate signs posted on this aina. So it is a place that we are all really truly connected to and need to be more connected to. And I just thought that was kind of cool that it came to me the other day. It's like, oh, that's the first thing my grandpa saw on this piece of land. I've been a filmmaker for the last 26 years. freelance filmmaker. I'm also a fisherman, grew up a fisherman, surfer. Paddled the Kaibi Channel twice, canoe paddler. I've had many opportunities, fortunately, blessed with many opportunities through my life to also have chances to sail on various across the state. And in fact, the first time I was ever on any kind of sailing vessel ever was I was on Hokulea, which is like Uncle Mel, Pawa, Loyal's dad, and Auntie Penny Martin, who, like Loyal said, have given Molokai residents many opportunities to sail. Even though we haven't had the training, because we haven't had a program, the program that we envisioned bringing to the island. You know, when we were growing up, we didn't have a program to train us up on Va'a. But thanks to them, we were given these special opportunities. How many people can say that the first time they sailed was on Hokulea? I didn't realize at the time that how big of a deal that is. In hindsight, I realized that that is a huge deal, and we need to make sure that our future generations continue to have these kinds of opportunities. And that's one of the many reasons I'm here today is to help Lohiao, especially who I watched grow up, this amazing young man, to help him uphold his father's legacy as well as Auntie Penny's legacy. Also, as a documentary filmmaker, I had the opportunity to tell stories and get to know amazing people and organizations across our state. I've done hundreds of documentaries, short documentaries, and feature documentaries in my career, most of which are about environmentalism, aloha aina, conservation, culture, history, and in this process in this process of doing what I do, I've been able to see examples of these types of efforts across the state, and not just to see and meet the people who are behind them and to see the success that they have achieved and the impacts that they've had on their own communities, but also to be inspired to know that we can do the same thing on our island. And we also have many amazing organizations like Kahono Momona and others on our island that have been doing this for years. But just to know that we can also create a program on our island, like Kanehunamoku or like the many others that the other islands have. I have great confidence in seeing what I've seen to know that we can also do this and are doing it already. We've already started the process, and this AINA is only going to empower us to really take it to another level. This AINA of Kauna Kahakai has been neglected and abused for decades, as we've said. Yet it is an incredibly important cultural and ecological space, and probably the most important area for Maka to Makai watershed connectivity in the Kaunakakai area. To leave it as is and to have a private owner buy it would probably be the worst case scenario. Already, if you visit, and the commissioners who did the site visit has saw already the neighboring property in recent years has been bought by commercial interests and has become a storage space and an industrial center, kind of an eyesore and definitely not anything close to what you want as a wetlands. We want to prevent that from spreading across to this particular, I'll put my glasses on, I'm getting old. So in contrast to that kind of use, our vision is to utilize our BAA program to drive community stewardship of this AINA, to reactivate the cultural and ecological role of Kaunakahakai by restoring and improving the functions of the wetland ecosystem as a thriving habitat for the native flora and fauna. In the process of restoring the AINA, we'll also be restoring the cultural functions of Kaunakahakai as a resting place of already been mentioned, and as an educational and recreational center for our community. Everyone on Molokai, as I said, knows this AINA. And as you can see in this digitally enhanced vision for the space, we believe this is what we can return it to. A thriving wetland, a healthy wetland, a place that our community can come and visit and learn about the important role that wetlands play in our ecosystem, as well as a space. You can see that little open portion. That's all we need to sail up this Aina, access to the ocean, which there is, yeah. So, that's our vision for this space. Next slide, please. Is that the one? Sir? Yeah, right now. So the Kaunakakai Gulch is the most extensive watershed in central Molokai, and it drains right through the Kaunakakai property right here. You can see it. So while the existing levee is really effective at preventing flooding of our county infrastructure and the lands east of the property, it also funnels basically the large flooding events. When we have large rain events, all of that water rushes through this property. And, because of climate change, because of ongoing and increasing drought situations on our island, as well as the overpopulation of access deer denuding all of our ground cover, more and more so we see, and Kim knows this from studying favela, we see an increasing amount of runoff and sedimentation of our nearshore waters. And this is just like a major funneling point for that to enter the reef system of, west of the Kaunakakai Pier. And, as a fisherman, I spent, the last 20 years, literally thousands of hours fishing this particular reef system. And, I've seen through the years just the progressively getting worse, the impacts that the sedimentation has on our reef and all of the life that depends on our reef. So, in restoring and enhancing this wetland habitat and incorporating restoration methods like Scott Fisher's BioShield, we'll be able to create an effective buffer for mitigating both terrestrial flooding and runoff, as well as sea level rise and storm events. So basically, this is a key coastal watershed zone, and if managed properly, it can help to protect both the surrounding lands and infrastructure, as well as the health of Molokai's fringing reef, which you guys probably already know is the largest fringing reef in the United States. An incredibly important marine ecosystem, which is under immense threat because of climate change and sedimentation. Next slide, please. So restoring the wetland ecosystem on this Aina has obviously many potential benefits in terms of flora and fauna. The general area is already, as Elise mentioned, home to many native species, including rare and endangered ones. Currently, the Kaunakakai property itself, due to unchecked vehicular use and the destruction of its wetland ecosystem, does not see an abundance of these species. However, in restoring the wetlands and preventing the misuse of the space, we will be able to create optimal habitat for these wetland species to return in abundance. This obviously is great for supporting our unique biodiversity, but also will provide an accessible space for our community and our youth to learn more about the important function of healthy wetlands. There's already ongoing efforts to restore wetland ecosystems on Molokai through the Molokai Wetlands Partnership, and we've already been invited by them to join the partnership if we're to acquire this land and begin stewardship of this Aina. And so we can work with amazing on-island partners like the Molokai Land Trust and Bush Hosses, and I know has given both the letter of support as well as his verbal support for this effort. Okay, so now I'm gonna turn it back over to Loyal.
Slide, please. Yeah, restoration at Kaunakakai, of course, starts with planting. What we envision is planting native plants, and this is obviously essential to wetland functions. Native vegetation shows, and we know this, is it slows down the movement of water, it filters runoff and supports wildlife. When these systems are intact, wetlands are protected and they protect land and sea, and then when they're not, balance is lost. And these native plants are directly related to voyaging through Malava, and plants such as hau, milo, miu, all plants that support voyaging, but also stabilizes wetlands. And by support voyaging, I mean like they're used to build canoes. They get all plants that we use on the va'a whenever we're feeling down, and even tools and everyday canoe life.
restoring these plants ties ecological recovery to cultural practice. And Wa'a supports this work by turning stewardship into action. And so through voyaging and through protecting and restoring native plants, families they learn accountability to one another, to the land, to the ocean, and caring for Aina becomes part of daily practice versus just something that we just talk about. And then the size of our property is something to point out because it allows for a open landscape, broader restoration, large scale native planting, and something that is that we can expand on and something that's not small or disconnected. The land is, as the land begins to recover, we can also reconnect our cultural importance. Thank you for switching. This land, I'm just gonna read a quote. The old name for Kaunakakai was Kaunakahakai, resting on the beach. It was a place for canoes to come and for there were plenty of fish, what Matt figured out pretty quick. And the Haulialia wind is the wind of Kaunakakai. And we sit on the canoe board, canoe club, and our main canoe is called Haulialia. And west of the approach to Kaunakakai Wharf is a platform that was part of Kamehameha's home, or Hale Malama, which you see here in the center. The beach in front of the site was used exclusively by ali'i for sunbathing. Not much sunbathing today, but there formerly was a spit of sand in front of here called Kalai Okamanu, so named after the kolea that used to settle here, which we see today as well. Although active use and care faded over time, the significance of the place remains. The land still supports gathering and access and movement along the shoreline. Our commissioners seen some Molokai people on the site while we were there collecting. We don't know what they're collecting, but they were there. And through restoration, Ba'a can once again return here, and the space can again support learning, teaching, and connection. Cultural practice is not restored by building, but first by people returning and caring for the land and showing respect for the land. These images remind us that Kaunakakai still has that capacity. We have Coconut Grove in Kilauea, as well as Auntie Penny and my son Cabela on our site visit with a canoe resting on the beach. Because of its location, protecting this place also matters for the future of Kaunakakai as a whole. As Matt shared earlier, and Elise, this parcel sits at the entrance of Kaunakakai, or Kaunakakai. I think we interchanged the name because it's easier for us today. We try to make it as simple as possible. So it shapes the first impression of town. There's a real chance of losing this rare piece, this coastal piece, and it's uniquely positioned. And our commissioners got to see that on the site visit. We walked out to the levee at the end, at the right where the river mouth is, and we get that feeling, that true beauty of Molokai. You get that feeling that you're detached from the town or all those containers right next door, and it gives you a good feeling. Protecting this open space maintains the connection between Mauka and Makai, supports floodplain function, and limits inappropriate industrial use. Restoration has the potential to for this area to be viewed and as not neglected into a source of community pride. The area also supports kilo, which is very important to navigation. We can see, in fact, from this Aina, we can see 4 major islands. You can see Lanai, Ko'olave, Maui, and Big Island just from one spot. We also get to learn the winds. We can see Kamako Ridge and the currents of the ocean. And it's also a very good spot for our canoes because it's sheltered by the wharf. There's a channel. Very important thing that was brought up by Sybil Lopez, one of the county workers that was on our site, was that this is the only legal harbor on Molokai. So as far as safety, this is the spot for canoes. There's no, as far as insurance and kids, you cannot just be launching Kamalo or Puko'o. This is like the most ideal spot for our program. In the end, Kaunakakai is a place where native birds, native plants, and people should be can exist together and protected, respected, and shared. Thank you. We're not talk about our priorities, or here we have Nat. Don't come back on.
And the glasses got away. So yeah, our culture and community have been, mostly disconnected from this space for too long. And the land, has been kind of neglected and suffered. And our vision is to return a deep sense of connection to Kaunakakai through voyaging and through Aina stewardship. Thanks to the landowner, Uncle Kimukeo, right there, mahalo po kami. We have already been granted access to the property to really start understanding the space and creating a deeper relationship with the Aina. We have done cleanup efforts already, multiple cleanup efforts, removing litter and trash. We've spent many hours studying the environment and the resources here. And connecting with Aina has allowed us to really begin thinking through management and restoration plans for this space. We have really made an effort to start engaging community members through walking tours, and you saw some of that in the video, and you see some of that in the photos, and learning about them, about their knowledge about the history of the space, the uses of the space, as well as their personal stories of connection to this area. As well as their shared vision and their ideas for future use of this space to just benefit our community. Engaging community members as well as experts and Aina-based organization partners in the process of developing our future management plans is absolutely a priority for us moving forward and will inform all of our future efforts. So we're not coming up with what to do with this land just on our own. This is really going to be a community effort in determining the best way forward. We recognize that these sensitive conservation lands have many layers of protections. We've already begun researching the laws around that, and we'll continue to familiarize ourselves with them before pursuing any major projects or alterations to the land. We've also been strengthening relationship with state and county agencies to better understand future permitting and compliance protocols, as well as opportunities to partner with these government agencies. However, there are things that we can do right now and that we've already started doing, like trash cleanups. Other immediate goals if the property is to be acquired would be to limit the inappropriate vehicular access to the land, as well as continuing our site tours and bringing our community to the space. We also want to start using the shoreline regularly to increase our voyaging or activities. We don't need a lot, like I pointed out earlier, we just need access, which already exists. And that's something we can start doing in smaller ways immediately, is using that space for our intended vision as a voyaging or a location. Again, though, if we're not able to acquire this property, then the Aina here will continue to be neglected and suffer. And we really don't want to see this happen. So we have already developed deep ties to this space, and we hold a shared vision with our community that we're confident will greatly benefit both the natural environment, surrounding ecosystems, our community, and the cultural legacy that's tied to this place. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Loyal to close our presentation.
Thank you. Molokai is the way it is because of transparency. We make sure we talk to the community first, and so that's how we started. And when we came together as a hui, we knew community support was detrimental, and so not detrimental, instrumental. That's why I thought of instrumental. And from what we've heard, it was unanimous. Everybody was for us, with the public, conservation partners, and also representatives. We've had letters of support from Senator Linda Coy, Representative Mahina Poi Poi, as well as Kiani Rollins Fernandez, who is pictured here with us at our site visit and here today. Yeah, so the, oh, it's hard. For me, it's relationships. And what I've learned on with sailing with Wa is that nothing is by chance. Everything is for a reason. And I credit that to the relationships that were formed thousands of years ago. And so trying to be that people person, that having emotional intelligence and knowing how people feel when you talk to them and making sure they feel good is a part of the captain's job. And so starting those relationships now, talking to DLNR for permitting, going through all those routes and knowing what we're up against, that's what we really wanted to get down before this meeting. And this project is not just our project, it's Molokai project. We look forward to any questions or comments you guys have for us. And once again, thank you guys for having us. Yeah.
Thank you for that presentation. I mean that. The Legacy Land Conservation Program is only as good as the applications we receive. So we thank you very much for your application. It just feels timely, feels like the stars are aligned. Makali'i is rising. So thank you for your application. Okay, I open the floor to any comments from commissioners or questions you might have.
It's always to be perfect. I guess, but I'll just make one comment first on.
No?
Yeah, okay. So I just wanted to add, this is a beautiful presentation. Thank you for presenting it, the story as cleanly and beautifully as you did. I'm going to be an annoying technical additional comment, which is that the property also offers the wastewater treatment plant that far from this place. It is right now problematic, and so the property offers that. I wanted to just make sure that it's one more benefit is that I would provide a place to be able to use that effectively rather than a detraction. So that's the wastewater engineer.
On that, I was surprised that it wasn't mentioned, but we have the expert's opinion, but I want to hear from you guys what your relationship to that place is, the wastewater treatment center, and what's happening there. Could you talk about that?
This is on the good question. I've been the president of the Molokai or Sustainable Molokai nonprofit, and a couple years ago, thanks to funding through Keone Rollins and the county, we did the first in the state Molokai sea level rise and adaptation plan. And that was one of the sites that was really looked at because of its proximity to the ocean and knowing that it will be impacted in coming years by sea level rise. And I from what I remember, what I understand, I hope I'm correct about this, but there's already plans in place or the beginnings of plans to relocate the wastewater facility. So that's not answering maybe your question directly, but I've been on site, been on property, we know who to talk to there. If they are gonna be our neighbor, but what Kim said, hopefully will be something that happens, but also even more maybe in the medium term future, we'll see that removed from that space, which I think will be a benefit to the overall area, even though it kind of is a bird sanctuary right now, but not the healthiest. Again, we want to create this property neighboring to be the healthy bird sanctuary. And hopefully when that waste treatment plant moves, there will be, ample healthy space for that environment there.
Mahalo, you guys. Great presentation. I think the $1 million question for us right now is based on the update of your nonprofit status. So can you guys, I know you guys have it in there, that you're waiting for some kind of determination by the end of this month. If something should jeopardize that, what's plan B? What's gonna happen then?
Yes, so the update with that is we filed for federal tax exemption on December 18th of last year. And we're still waiting for that. We filed it for expedited review. And then we also just received our state conditional approval just last week, under the condition that we get our determination letter. We feel like we have a good chance at that expedited review from what we've submitted. And Matt can talk about a little bit more with his experience with nonprofits. We all serve on nonprofits, me and Penny and Matt, and he's probably good way to point that out on what we've done so far.
Yeah, so, I don't know if I mentioned this I was supposed to, but I don't think I did. I've been serving on nonprofit boards for 20 years now. I've served as board president or as the chair, on 3 different nonprofits, for 10 of those 20 years. One Molokai Community Health Center, which is a federally qualified health center, which is kind of like the highest level of nonprofit you can be on, just in terms of the amount of, annual audits and oversight, and it's pretty crazy. And then also Sustainable Molokai, as well as having incorporated a nonprofit called the Molokai Child Abuse Prevention Pathways. So as a founding board member of that nonprofit continues to this day to serve our island. And incorporating that nonprofit, we use Brian Izuko, who's a nonprofit lawyer, to help us with the incorporation process. We used Brian also for Puyo Wa'o Molokai's application. He reviewed our application and kind of helped us get that out. So super confident that we will be successful in getting that 501(c)(3) status approved. I think, worst case scenario, for whatever reason, if you're asking about worst case scenarios, we've already, go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, sorry.
I could have asked. So I'm not.
No, we have to point out, and I should have went on the list, but Ohana Wā is one of our partners, and Molokai Voyaging Society was instrumental in the building of Ohana Wā. And so we are included into that nonprofit. They've showed their resources to us. They were willing to help us through this process, and as well as for Plan B, if there's a fiscal sponsor needed. We had many canoe clubs that were willing to help us. And so we have that. That was actually our first step. So we did a crowd funding event just for incorporating a nonprofit. So we took it serious, wanted to do it the right way, and raise some money and hired a lawyer and got us, or an attorney, and got the application legit. And so that's what we felt like that was very important, and we took the right steps. So yeah, we're just in the waiting, but we also have Plan Bs where people are willing to help.
Mahalo, you guys. And then last question. So in the past, right, I think it was 2022, we had Nakalaiva that came before us, right, asking us for acquisition from Mahukona. And now, Nakalaiva has been around for decades, right? And they were at Mahukona for decades and doing, building their pilina there, right? Malaming Kolomoana and everything like that. I know your why, but to me, it's what's the moment that's happening here now in regards to you being a newly formed organization and trying to move that needle super fast to get to a point now in this, in this regard coming to us now. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
It's timing and its place and its kuleana and its destiny, kind of, I think, like Loyal told it in his story, which is how it happened. It's like our community has been, our voyaging community on Molokai, those of us who have had opportunities to sail, have been talking for years about, hey, we gotta put together one, or we gotta formalize this. We're already doing these things. We need to create our own organization to push this to the next level, to do what we see other organizations on other islands doing. So that was already in process and moving forward. We already had meetings, and then, like Loyal explained, the connection with the property came about. And for us, it's like, when those kinds of things present themselves, if you believe in that kind of stuff, kupuna guidance, you don't turn your back or doubt yourself. You just gotta say, okay, we gotta go for it. And like 6 months before all this too, I was there at Mahukonas doing a film for Hawaii Land Trust. And I got to talk story with those guys and learn more about how all of that went down. And yeah, they have one deep connection to that space. So, but this is different and same in some ways. We have deep connection to this space just because of who we are. Us being canoe paddlers, the Aina right next to this particular spot. I don't even think we even mentioned that, but that's where most of the multi-canoe clubs operate from, right? Right at the base of the wharf, right up to this property we're trying to acquire. So we know this Aina very well, and we've been paddling, been on the water, doing these activities our whole life with our entire community. And for us, in a lot of ways, it's just a natural expansion of that and securing this space for what it is meant to be, even by in its name. So I think that's our best answer. We don't have that kind of organizational maybe track record on this specific place, but individually as a community and within the kind of uses that we foresee in this space, we have the track record, we have the connection. It is all there, and it's like I said, it's just kind of meant to be. So we gotta try it at the very least. Yeah.
No, just to follow up and without screwing that answer up. No, it's me taking on the Kuleana role and the voyage of Wananuiake is about succession. And so the senior captains are putting us in uncomfortable positions. And from what I've seen and what my mom and people talk about is when youth want to take that next step, you support them instead of just turn them down. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what it's my time to come to the table and teach. And so I'm trying to fill that role. So my feeling now. Yeah. Thank you.
Mahalo.
Mahalo for an excellent presentation now. And I was extremely fortunate to be able to be on the site visit, travel around there and really get a feel for the land there and the potential for the restoration. And I came into looking at this project, I looked at it with, a large amount of challenge ahead of you to do this. And I really questioned, do you have that capacity? I think my questions have been very well answered. I see the community support. I think they totally understand that it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to do permitting. You're going to have to do that work. And that what you have addressed for me here satisfies that. I think you have the capacity to understand Juliana that you have. And I believe you will be successful. Wow.
Thank you.
Put on my real estate hat for just 1 second. So did such a great sales pitch. Seriously. But technically, TPL is the owner, right? And then you turn it over to a nonprofit. So you guys have satisfied yourself that this organization will be a 501c3 or there will be another one and you guys, so in a sense, you're protecting us from that risk because you guys are legit, right?
I mean that.
Turn off when you turn yours on.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal scenario is that the 501c3 is concluded.
Okay, mine's off, maybe yours can go on. Yeah.
Because our project structure is to negotiate with the landowner, purchase the land and transfer it over through the deed itself. So hopefully they'll have the 501c3 in place and we'll work with them to make sure that, if they're awarded funding, that we can make this happen.
That was part one. Part two is just for you guys that, and thank you for mentioning my mapukuna. So there was a moment where you two started talking where literally the shivers were going up my kua. And I literally felt Auntie Patty Ann and Uncle Shorty sitting on my shoulders. It was a very emotional moment. So I do feel that you have the support of the Kuna in this, and seems like a really important project you're taking on. I've seen so much leadership development come out of the Va'a community, and I look at many positions, commissions and leadership, people in leadership positions across the Pai'aina who I know come out of that background. So I do feel it's really important for bringing that to Molokai and to continue what you're doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for all the work you've done for this application. And I know how much work you're doing across so many organizations on your island. And you're always an example to everybody else. So thank you. I just have one small comment, and that's to thank Mr. Kapahuku, Mr. Kapalea. No, that wasn't right. Yes, Mr. Kapalea. It is the fundamental thing of our organization, of Legacy Lands, that there be willing landowners. And there's such pressure on all landowners, and there's so many options besides, selling to nonprofits. And obviously, you have a piece of property that is desirable. And so your willingness to do this at this time is it's instrumental, obviously. It's pushed everybody forward. And so thank you.
Any further comments, questions from the commission? Okay, we received quite a bit of written testimony. I don't have the details on numbers, et cetera, but Mr. Pitt, do you want to comment on that?
We have one person who's on Zoom who
Would like to
would
testify?
testify if possible.
I'm about to ask for.
Bruce.
Bruce Blankenfield.
Even probably gonna be like a hot hour, right? I mean, and some of the ones that we know about that. So if there's much.
So Bruce can one flight at 10. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
His iPhone.
No worries.
Bruce, if you're ready to speak, you may unmute your mic.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. This is Alicia. Were you calling on me?
Oh, no, it was Bruce.
Okay, I will mute. Thank you.
Hi, can you folks hear me? Hi, aloha guys. This is Bruce Blankenfeld. I'm with Polynesian Voyaging Society. Am I up?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Man, I've been having a devil of a time trying to figure this one out. Well, aloha everyone. Thank you for putting this together. I just want to say that 50 years ago, we wouldn't even be talking about this. I mean, we didn't talk about this regarding hokulea and voyaging, even in the Pacific, let alone Hawaii. And it's just been incredible. Like all you folks that have been following it have, it's just been an amazing journey. We're at a time now where Lohiau and Mahinaho and others on Molokai, like the third generation of people who are, getting out in the deep sea and learning and becoming capable. And we're at the point of teaching. And, all canoes are learning centers, but to have a place and a space that's dedicated to a school for expanded learning is really crucial to the growth that's going on around the Pacific. As this last voyage that Lohiau was with us, we went to two new schools that are being built. One in Aitutaki in the Cook Islands, and one in down in Aotearoa. And it's going on in Tahiti and it's going on in Rapa Nui. And it's because of Hokule, setting out over the horizon for these last 50 years. So this project on Molokai is just so critical and integral to the basic growth. And so I'm just in support of all of that. I think that it's going to do wonderful things. The Hawaiian culture is expanding exponentially in all of the disciplines, and voyaging is certainly one of them. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there others who wish to testify? Wherever you want. Please introduce yourself.
Aloha Chair Vincent, Vice Chair Blake. Mahalo for volunteering your time to do this important work. What a privilege to get to support so many incredible projects, but also such a tough job. I'm Maui County Council Member Kiani Rollins Fernandez from Molokai, Kupaina. Mahalo for this opportunity to testify this morning in strong support of our Molokai projects B16 and B17. You have already received my written testimony in support of Huiva'a Molokai. I wanted to add a couple of things that I think were important that I did not include on my written testimony. One, what wasn't shared in the presentation, but was just later shared in your Q&A session, was that the shoreline east of the land for acquisition is all of our canoe clubs active canoe clubs on the island right now. One of which is Molokai Canoe Club, which my family started in the 50s. We talked about succession, and so we all grew up on that shoreline. Our parents were the coaches, and now our generation are the coaches at those canoe clubs. Uncle Mel, you always make me tear up when you talk about your dad. I love him so much. Uncle Mel gave my generation opportunities to stay on Hokula, and now his son Lohiau is part of creating similar opportunities for our kids and their peers, ROP on Molokai, and the broader community. So the use of Huiva'a Molokai that proposes is consistent with that trend. Our presenters also spoke about it shaping the first impression of town. So this is the second point I wanted to make that's not included on my written testimony, and that that land has been abused and neglected for so long. And when you get so busy and you don't have time to clean your house, and it starts to get messy and cluttered and dirty, and the floors are dirty, and you're like, oh, and it just weighs on you, and you wanna clean it. And when you finally do, that feeling, that lighter feeling, it's not weighing on you anymore, and you feel proud, right? And this project proposes to clean an area to help instill that level of pride in our community. This is one of the first areas that is seen when you're driving into Kaunakakai and when you're coming in from the wharf on the ferry or at the pier. And it would make me so proud personally to see that line beautified and just really cared for, and to show ourselves and everyone how much we love our land, how much we love our island. I would also like to lend my support to the Save Honolulu Coalition and Keohali'i. Again, sorry, I don't envy you in this position. I know it's a hard job. And I'm also here to reiterate my support for, matching funds from Maui County Council side. And I'm happy to be here for any questions that you may have. Mahalo.
Thank you for that. Yes, please.
My name is Kimokeo Kabao, I'm the owner of the land. I want to let you guys know that we took the land off the market for the reason of the Molokai land belongs to Molokai hand. And we know you have contingency in what you're going to do and how you're going to do that. I want you to know that we took it off the market because the word neglect was mentioned many times. But what you've seen in the presentation of who you are, for Molokai, you've been the right hand to make the land live the way it should be lived, or and the land is the base for what you're doing. But more than that, 50 years ago, the captain of the first voyage in Kanu Hokulea was my uncle, Kavika Kapaulipo. You have Antipani up there. It was one of the voyages with him. You have Loyal's dad. And so you have what's mentioned to your third generation. So just imagine his son walking the beach. 2026, 50 years from today, it'll be 2076. And he'll be the generation in taking his dad's place. But more than that, look at 100 years. Today is 2026. Look at 2126. This will be the icon, the only icon that we have on Molokai. We have a lot of icons here and right at Kanaka. You know, so I encourage you. You asked about the nonprofit. The nonprofit take another 3 months to 4 months. We're going to wait for that. And I hope you do the same as I do. And it's fun. Oyobaha. Omorokani. We have Okolea, Kinaria, Hawaiiloa, Yosepa, and Oahu. We have Munku Kiawi, Makali'i, Poko Alakai. We have on Kauai, Namahoe. We have here Mokio Bilani. Why not have Oyoba'a or Molokai? Why not? I'm here to tell you that I support Oyoba'a or Molokai. You see, Uncle Mackie and I, we go back more than 50 years on Molokai. And more than other people, like Dr. Emmett on Greek or Kabini. So I'm here to tell you that as a landowner, I support Oyoba'a on Molokai. And I ask you to support that. And I continue to ask you to support Molokai itself and put all Molokai in Molokai hand, besides what I'm doing. They will be back probably to come and tell you of other parts of Molokai. But seriously, guys, really seriously. You heard the voices of our ancestors, the voices of his dad, voices of my uncle, the voices of Bruce Blanket, the voice of Naino's mom, dad. So that's support Oyoba'a Molokai. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to come, but more so, let's keep Molokai land in Molokai hand. Let's keep Molokai, Kaunakakai in Oyoba'a Molokai. And continue to keep all Molokai in Molokai hand. Wow.
Thank you. That's a very important testimony. We have other testifiers. I'm on land. I see a hand on Gilfama Hill. Can you go ahead with your testimony, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Kikama Helm. I'm currently the president of Ahakukuyo Molokai. and also I sit on a TPL board. And we're the as Ahakukuya Molokai, we're the adjacent land leasee on east side of the proposed property, and we're here to fully support Lohiao and everything that that group stands for and what they're about to do. We also run a nonprofit, and I think earlier someone asked why the urgency, and I've been coaching for over 20 years, maybe better part of 30, and I've been part of the Voyaging Society and sailing, and I've seen what VA can do for communities and especially for our youth. It helps to ground them. It helps to ground them physically, spiritually, mentally. And like Auntie Penny said a long time ago, the VA takes you from point A to point B, whatever in life that means to you. And I really feel that supporting Lohiao will also help him to become more of a leader in our community and to help set that example for future generations. Matt, and all those people that are spearheading are great examples for our community and for our kids to look at that and say, hey, what a wonderful thing. I think that's beautiful and that's much needed for our community. Lastly, that area was known for Kauna Kakai. Another meaning for that is Kauna is like a numerical, a way to count numbers in Hawaiian also, and it talks about the different currents and tides that run in that area. And with those currents and tides, that place was able to produce also the most beautiful salt in the world. And I like to view our people in our community as salt of the earth. And I think your support will continue to allow us to produce the salt of the earth for the rest of the world to see and be an example. Again, Ahakukuya Molokai, we support Lohiao in this endeavor, and however we can, we'll be there. Mahalo nui.
That testimony. Alicia Nichols, online. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Alicia Nichols Sparkman, and I've actually been working with Uncle Kimokeo, Papahulehoa, for over a year. I was the listing agent on this property, and Lohiao and his mother Donna reached out last year regarding this property and kind of expanded on their vision of what they wanted to do with this property. And once they explained that they wanted to perpetuate the Va'a culture, create sustainability, restore native habitat, and are you having trouble hearing?
So sorry. Yeah, nobody online.
But essentially, what their vision is for the property is aligned with Kimokeo's vision. And so as soon as Lohiao reached out and we saw what they wanted to do, we promptly removed the property from being actively listed so that it would give them the opportunity to put this vision together with the help of Elise and the Molokai community and everybody that's supporting it so wholeheartedly. And this piece of property is key. It's right there in the heart of Molokai in Kaunakakai, and it would be such a beautiful thing for the community if their grant was approved and they were able to move forward with this vision. So basically reiterating what everybody said, thank you so much. I've also sent in some written testimony, but appreciate the beautiful presentation today and just want to second that we do support Huiva'a o Molokai. So thank you.
Mahalo, Lisa. Thank you. I see Donna Powell. I recognize you for your testimony. Go ahead, please.
Hi, yes. My name is Donna Hitko Pa'oa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have lived on Molokai for 50 years. I moved to Hawaii in 1974 to be a lifeguard in Waikiki. And I met my husband, Mel, that very next day as a lifeguard in Waikiki. Mel is a descendant, of course, of the Pa'oa Kahanamoku family on his father's side from Waikiki, and on his mother's side, the Kamakana Ohana in Molokai. Within 1 year, his mom passed, and we moved home to Molokai to take care of his father. Both Mel and I served our community, and we brought up our kids to do the same. Mel is a paramedic for 35 years, and I ran the college for over 30 years. I want to speak to something, and you've heard it a lot, but I want to speak to something that is about why this particular proposal is so unique in terms of the ones that are before you. Of course, the very first thing is that the property is not owned by Molokai Ranch. So those of you who know anything about Molokai know that you have to have that in the back of your mind. Working with Molokai Ranch to get the college built is why I have that experience. Molokai Ranch, I'm sorry, but if they don't get their way, they take their marbles and they go home. And you see that on the West End with foreign ownership, property, buildings going to disarray, disregard, and it's sad. This property, as you've heard, is owned by Uncle Kimokeo. And when the sign was up on the main street of Kaunakakai town, we barely saw it before we happened to have a chance to talk with Uncle, and he heard that our Molokai paddling and sailing ohana was interested, and he removed the sign. I have to tell you, that never happens on Molokai. It just never happens. I also want to say that this project is unique. Yes, we are new. Hui Va'o Molokai is new. It's fresh. But it's a grassroots organization with a vision as old as the Polynesians themselves. In just a short 8 or 9 months, motivated young leaders of Molokai have emerged. They've shown initiative by forming the nonprofit, organizing community meetings, getting everybody involved. They've built partnerships with the elementary schools, the other nonprofits on the island. Their efforts have garnered support letters from across the community and the state, our state and county representatives, environmental organizations, and very importantly, as you heard from Bruce, our statewide Ohana Va'a organization, plus the Trust for Public Lands. Again, this never happens on Molokai. To reiterate, every person who touches foot on this island, from residents to tourists to Navahini and Molokai Hoi paddlers, everybody passes the Dust Bowl on the way to the welcoming in Kaunakakai. What was once a thriving ecosystem is an eyesore. And let me just say, if you need gas, if you need Molokai bread, you can see the Dust Bowl. The impact of the stewardship on this small property, 23 acres, will change everything for everyone. And it's a small outlay of funding in terms of the proposals that you're looking at. This opportunity is unique and it never happens on Molokai. I want to finish with this. Everyone knows we're a small island with an equally small population. Decision-making is done off-island by the powers that be. There are always larger and greater needs elsewhere, so much so that we are often neglected. When young leaders arise and want to take on projects that benefit the island, it is essential that we support them and nurture them. These leaders that you're looking at today are well educated. They're well connected and well respected with energy and commitment. Molokai believes in their vision and their abilities and trusts them with the stewardship for the benefit of future generations. I also believe and trust in Huiva'a Molokai as a Hokulea wife and a Hokulea mother, and most likely a Hokulea grandmother. I think we should support Huiva'a Molokai, give them a home, give them a chance, give them control, and watch them thrive. Thank you.
Oh, good one, Donna. I gotta follow that.
Here we go, Pen.
Wait,
So,
wait. Her on, 'cause she was.
there you go.
Just
Am I on here? Can you hear me? See, they can't hear me. Can you hear me? She said, hi. Yeah.
I can hear you, yes.
All right, thank you. So,
Oh, you changed the name. There you go.
aloha kako. Happy New Year and lono ika
Aloha.
makahiki.
Yeah.
Oh
wait.
what's that?
Oh, at least she's come. There you are.
So I'm here to give testimony today on behalf of Huiva'o Molokai. It's something that I strongly support. I'm an original 1976 Hokulea crew member, and I can remember how difficult the beginnings of that was. And look where we are today, 50 years later, having traveled all around the world, and have impacted many people on lessons of voyaging, not only lessons of voyaging, but lessons of aloha aina. Since I sailed in 1976, I've taken those lessons learned on the canoe and worked with Moanalua Gardens Foundation and now with Papahana Kua'ola doing cultural-based environmental education. And all of the lessons that I learned on the Va'a has been the best tool that I have for teaching about aloha aina, whether it's wetlands or native forests or invasive species, anything. I always go back to the lessons learned on the canoe and apply them to what I'm teaching. I've even taken kids over to the Dust Bowl and that area to teach lessons on native plants and wetlands. I grew up just a mile down from that wetland area, and my mother, I live on my Tutu's homestead, and my mother, when she was growing up there, said that they could walk on the beach from our house, which is 1 mile away, all the way to the wharf on the beach. And since then, of course, it's covered with mangrove and it's difficult to get to on the beach. You have to go by water. So we've seen changes, not all positive changes. It's been abused and not treated so nicely. We have an opportunity to bring that back to the way it should be, a healthy wetland area. And if we can cohabitate that area with our voyaging community, it would be a win-win for everybody. I heard some of the things that I heard today. One of them was how young this 501c3 is, and you wonder about the experience. And we even have, it's even been said that we kind of rushed into this. But I want to let you know that even though the 501c3 application is young, and it looks like we're rushing into it, this has been 50 years coming. We've always wanted to have a voyaging school or academy, whatever you want to call it, on Molokai. It's been done informally for the last 50 years. We've been taking kids out, exposing them to sailing, teaching them the values that go with that. So it's not as new as you guys think it is. And it's one of the cultural practices that have been lost to us. Hawaiians were sailors. They came here on voyaging canoes. They traveled inter-island sailing. I don't think they would have paddled all the time going inter-island when they could sail. And so sailing is something that has been lost to us. It's a cultural knowledge that we are able to bring back and have it going on for generations more. I can tell you personally that sailing impacted my life so much. And, 50 years later, I'm still with the voyaging ohana. The ohana va'a that supports this, that supports Hui Va'a o Molokai, one of the supporters that signed on, we represent all 5 big voyaging canoes and all of the experience that comes with that and all of the knowledge. They are there for us. They have said that. I am one of the chair people on the Ohana Va'a this year. And Mel and I were one of the founders of the Ohana Va'a. And the reason that we formed the Ohana Va'a was so we could do exactly this, stand up together and support each other and share our experiences and our resources and our knowledge. So although it seems like we're a young organization, not really. We have all these resources and experience that are supporting us. We stand on their shoulders and they support us 100%. As a educator, I see this place as such a valuable place for teaching the kids. As I said before, I take them there anyway, even though it's not restored and even though it's kind of in bad shape, there's already lessons to learn there. And can you imagine if it was restored? It's good, it's an easily access area so that all the school kids could come down there easily. We don't need a 4-wheel drive to get there. Yeah, education-wise, it is so valuable. Somebody mentioned Mahukona and in Kohala, and that's not Kalai Va'a, and I've spoken with them, and they support us 100%. And they are there to share their knowledge and the process that they went through, and so they stand with us. Teaching the kids how to sail is one thing. But I think more importantly is all of the lessons on Malama Aina and all of the lessons on our Hawaiian values. To me, the greatest legacy that our ancestors left us, all those great values that we can use to move forward. So I think that having a school for our Keiki and Molokai would be so valuable. I help them move forward we'll help them move forward with that knowledge of our ancestors. Yeah, I could go on and on about this, as you can see. So I probably should stop here. And I just want to say that this has been a long time coming. And at first, I was thinking, oh, I don't think we can because we don't have any canoes and stuff. We don't have our own canoe, but we do have all of the 5 voyaging canoes share with us. And a lot of us have sailed on Hokulea. We've gone to the Marquesas, to Brazil and Japan and Rapa Nui. And so those canoes are available to us. And it would be great if we could start training our kids early on to be able to go on those canoes. One of the best supports has been the Huiva'a Kaulua. They are right on Maui, and we have been able to take kids and do training on the Mo'okiha back and forth. We hope to establish that further and to have more time with them as well. They have been great. And it's just like, we're part of Maui County. To me, it's not Maui's canoe, it's Maui County's canoe. And so we've been able to, share that with them and support them on that. Yeah, so there are other programs like this on other islands. In Hilo, they have a great sailing program, using the smaller canoes to use as a stepping stone for voyaging. On the Huiva every summer, they have a huge program that teaches sailing with the kids. I have gone over there and worked with them. And we've not only like taught them about sailing, but we've taken them to Honolulu to look at the ocean and learn about water quality. We've taken them above Honolulu and help put plants up there and check on how those plants are thriving. I mean, it is not just only about sailing. It's everything that comes with that. And so I'm going to end here, Chatty Cathy, and you're welcome to ask any questions.
Very much for that testimony. Okay, I don't see any hands raised. I believe that is all the testimony. Lauren, did you wish to testify? Please.
Hello, can someone hear me speaking?
Name's Thorne Abbott with Coastal Planners. And I'm formerly was on the commission. I want to first off, thank you very much for coming to Maui. It gives us an opportunity to come to you and you can see us. The owner can come in and take off his shoes and talk directly to you, which is very empowering. Thank you for holding on to your land and not selling it earlier. I know that's hard to do because there's liability of holding the land. What's being passed out, I just wanted to speak briefly about the development threat of this land, if there really is a threat of development. I think Trust for Public Lands is a little concerned about that. And just wanted to clarify for the commission, this is designated in conservation area. So you could build a house here up to 3,500 square feet without having to get an environmental assessment. You could qualify to be exempt for that. Now, the likelihood of someone coming in is not very high, but $13,000 an acre for oceanfront land in Molokai in Hawaii, I think there's a lot of folks in New York City that might be interested in that. And the other thing is, even if you did get a conservation district use permit to build a house up to 3,500 square foot floor area, you still have to go to the Molokai Planning Commission and notify everybody within 500 feet of this property of the date of the hearing. And I think that'd be a pretty tough hearing to get through in Molokai. I think the other more likely possibility is you've heard from all these people. I can't really add to that too much, but there's obviously a catalyst right now. People coming together around this particular location. And that's something Legacy Lands can certainly help facilitate, is making that catalyst really happen to help protect this land and restore it back to a wetland. And I think that would be very, very good. I think what could happen is, if it's not purchased, and I know you have a lot of other competing projects, is that it's not neglected so much as the owners are so far away and so removed that it's very hard to do anything with the land, even restore it as a nonprofit. You know, just changing out plants from invasive plants to a kuli or more native plants is going to be more difficult to get the right to walk onto the land, you know, to do work for the community. So I think that's what the real danger is not so much the neglect, but the not development of the land, not caring for the land because the owners are so far removed from the community. I think there is a risk of that, especially if it's an individual that buys it and wants to develop it for their own, say their own house. It's going to be a very long permitting process to do that. So in that interim, I think the land will be neglected. It has a nickname of being the Dust Bowl. That's because it's a good place to take your ATV or your mini bike and go cruising around because there's a lot of area to cruise. So I think I would just speak that the development threat is not high, but the not development threat is very high, I think. And legacy lands could serve as a catalyst to bring the community together to start paying attention to this piece of property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We must move on in fairness to other applications.
One other comment. TMK, I think this is the main reason I wanted to speak. The TMK listed on the public notice is incorrect. And not only for this project, but also for B.1.7, the TMK is listed as starting with a 2, and that is not correct. It starts with a 5 for the island. So want to check into that. It is probably just a cut and paste typo.
No, 2 is for Maui County.
Correct.
We'll sort that out.
Okay. Well, I showed it as 253-005-006, not 255.
Okay, we'll check on that and get it, make sure we're correct on that. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. We really must move on to the final applicant presentations.
Right, check. Right,
Yeah, I'll check it. So, I'm going to put the commission in recess for maybe 5 minutes, how more than 10. Please get back while the next applicant is getting ready. So we are in this.
Thank you, guys. Oh, this is really cool. I'm gonna. Oh, yeah. For
into the Legacy Land Conservation Program. Next up is item B7, an application from KHM International for an application from KHM International partnering with the Trust for Public Land for $1,050,000 to acquire fee title for approximately 7.19 acres covering 11 parcels at Kalopo LA shoreline, District of Molokai, Island of Molokai. Tax map key numbers 25-4-005:001:002, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 44. Tiani Cook from Kahului Momona and Kamoela Ka'apala, the Trust for Public Land presenting. Please go ahead.
Hello. Okay. Before we begin, I just want to echo a lot of the things that other applicants have said. Just mahalo nui ya o kupaya po and allow ke kinisino o ke sila. No ka awa mo ke kole ana he nui. No ka ho malo ni na ina apo mahalo ini. He kule na o honu ia e awon. It's a heavy kule that you guys are carrying. This mahalo for taking the time out of your guys' lives and committing to this dedication of Aloha Aina. Aloha Aina takes many forms, and this is one that is today for Kanaka here with us. And it's a konana that's not taken lightly. I mean, mahalo, you guys for taking, the time, the dedications, your resources, to continue this and making sure Aina across the Aina are protected for generations to come. So just mahalo nui. We're here today to talk about Kalopo'eli shoreline. And I'm just going to do a quick introduction. Maybe next slide. Of TPL. You guys know us already. You guys seen us already many times. So just look at the beautiful picture or this beautiful face if you like. But my name is Kamala Ka'apana. I work as a project associate with the Trust for Public Land. Like my colleagues have said, we are a national land conservation nonprofit that protects Aina for Kanaka. And then next slide. And this is just the places we saw. You guys see this map several times already. And so, yeah, we just are so stoked and excited. As my colleague Elise shared, we just starting to do work on Molokai. And one of our core kupunas that we credit our Aloha Aina program is Ampo Emet Aluli. And he always makes sure that the work guided in Hawaii is guided in Aloha Aina and returning Aina to Kanaka. And so I know he is in Po right now and he returned to Kupuna and hopefully he's looking down on us and guiding us in ways to make sure that this work continues on, especially on his Aina. And so I just wanted to point that out. And this is probably the most you're gonna hear me talk because I wanna really pass it off to Kohono Momona and the Kupa Aina of Molokai. As Uncle has shared earlier, Molokai is Molokai because Molokai. I am not from that kingdom. And so let these hammers, I'm sorry, it's a covenant. I know Barbies. Share what it is to be from Molokai, to be raised. A lot of them are Pondies. A lot of them grew up in these Aina. These Aina has nurtured them and raised them to the Wahine they are today, as well as the Kana that are on the team in every Kanaka that sets foot into Ali'i or Kalopo'eli. And so I'm just gonna pass it off to Tiani and the group.
Aloha. Okay, so Kahono Momona KHM is a 501c3 nonprofit based on the island of Molokai. Our name means the fat land or the bountiful earth, honoring the abundance that has sustained our people for generations. For the past 20 years, KHM has served as a caretaker and steward of two ancient kui'a, Ali'i and Kalopo'eli, each approximately 30 acres and estimated to be 600 to 800 years old. KHM holds a 35-year lease with Department of Hawaiian Homes, DHHL, to Malama 1 acre of Aina at Ali'i and two local ia'as. Just a little history about Molokai. Molokai has many names, including Aina Momona, the abundant land, once considered the breadbasket of Hawaii, for its ability to feed an entire community through sustainable farming, aquaculture, and resource management. Molokai also holds the most surviving local ias in Hawaii with over 16 known fish pond sites still standing. In addition, Molokai is home to the longest continuous fringing reef stretching approximately 28 miles along the south shore of the island. Next slide. Here's a little video of our Toloko'ia. Toloko'eli Enali'i are local kuapa. Kuapa means a fish pond wall. The terms refer to a human-made stone or four walls that enclose a type of ancient Hawaiian fish pond. The root word kua means backbone or support, which is fitting as the wall forms the structure element of the pond. The kuapa is what protects the pond and helps it work the way it was meant to. They're not simply fish ponds, they're ancestors, engineered by our Fuku'opuna with intelligent precision and profound understanding of the nature world. These local i'a stand among the oldest and most advanced example of aquaculture on Earth. They remain our culture, people, where history, identity, and future generations meet. Next slide. KHM mission is to be a model of sustainability from Mauka to Makai, mountains to the sea. We seek to foster connection between all aspects of the island ecosystem, including the people and its culture. And we firmly believe that Molokai can again return to abundance and become a self-sufficient model for others. Next slide. Aloha, my name is Tiani Pu'akavaha Cook, born and raised on the island of Molokai. I serve as the executive director for Kahu'ula International, but my journey with KHM started long before I stepped into this leadership role in mid-2021. I began here in my teens, right out of high school, learning from the land and from my kupuna who shaped the space. Now in my mid-30s, I stand humbled to serve as a director of an organization that has raised me, guided me, and built me into the wahine I am today. Kahu'ula International is guided not only by staff, but strengthened by the leadership of our board of directors and Kupuna Council. Our board provides wisdom, community insight, and long-term vision that grounds our work, and we're honored to be supported by Brandon, Mahelani, Manuel, Temanito, Uncle Mac, and Nicole. Next slide. The heart and our highlight of KHM is our Kupuna Council. Respected Kupuna, who each embodies one of our 5 core principles. Ho'ewe, cultural goodness, represented by Uncle Bobby. Kahu'olina, environmental stewardship by Papa Dulua. Fukaikaha, intergenerational exchange by Auntie Fanny. Kaine Ike, lifelong learning by Auntie Pinky. And Mahua'ola, health and well-being by Uncle Sanoa. Together, their wisdom grounds KHM in Ike, aloha, and purpose, shaping how we care for our aina, teach our keiki, and malama mauka to Makai. Behind every success at KHM is our dedicated team that shows up every day with heart and aloha for our aina. Our staff, She, Tere, KJ, Auntie Renee, Hopu, Kioni, Candice, and Ka'ai, and Micah are the backbone of our organization. They care for our local i'a, teach our keikis, support our community, maintain the aina and kai, and keep our programs in operation moving with purpose. Ali'i Fish Pond is more than a place of restoration. It is the home base of our work. This is where our community gathers, where our team plans, learn, and carries out stewardship every day. KHM office is located at Ali'i, where we operate directly from the aina we care for. Our off-grid solar-powered office and compost toilet reflects our commitment to sustainability and energy independence grounded in Hawaiian values. Ali'i is also a place where culture is practiced. We maintain an umuho and above-ground oven, which allow us to share aipono practices and continue intergenerational exchange that connects the next generation to Ike Kupuna. These elements make Ali'i a living, breathing cultural landscape. Our wahine also built a 2020 greenhouse called Anuinue, Taste the Rainbow, a space dated to growing different types of food and protecting our resources from invasive deer.
Aloha kako, my name is Kylie Tanaka, and I am the program coordinator for KHM. I was raised in Manae on the east side of Molokai and was blessed to grow up in a valley called Honolulu 5, and if you're familiar, my grandparents live right in front of the beach, and they have this beautiful glass bottle wall. So if you guys ever get to make it out there, yeah, that's where I'm from. But yeah, it was there that I got to witness my grandparents serve as caretakers of that aina, and that instilled in me a deep respect for our land and our traditions. That wali shaped my love for ohana, malama aina, and community, which is, I believe, has led me to where I am today. You all. So yeah, thank you. I'm going to be talking about some of our programs that we have at KGM and the work that we do. So, guided by the wisdom of our Puna and the living systems of the Aina, our efforts focus on restoring what is sacred, our ecosystems, cultural practices, and community connections from Moka to Makai. Through year-round and annual programs, we offer hands-on, place-based learning that empowers students, families, and emerging leaders to build meaningful, reciprocal relationships with Mokai's land and waters. We believe deeply in makahana kaike, or learning by doing, because true understanding begins when, sorry, bear with me, I'm a little nervous. I haven't done a presentation like this in years. When hands touch the aina, when hamana place their fingers in the soil, feel the cool earth of the lo'i, and place pu'apu along the kuapa, or step into the brackish waters of the local ia, something awakens that no textbook can teach. Next slide, please. So our primary year-round offering is our local ia education program, which welcomes Molokai schools to our fish ponds twice a month. This program engages students from pre-K to high school in activities that deepen their understanding of the cultural and ecological importance of Molokai's local ia. Through protocol mo'olelo and interactive lessons, Homana learned how our kupuna engineered sustainable systems that cared for both the aina and our community. Our keiki gained experience by planting native species, removing invasive mangrove, restoring the puapa, and practicing kilo. These moments help them to feel the aina, not just learn about it. Woven throughout this program is our Hawaiian throw net metaphor. So each student represents a single maka of the upana, shaped by intentional ties and shared purpose. When the net is patched, strengthened, and cast with purpose, the net moves as one. In the same way, our Molokai students grow together, learning, supporting one another, and becoming a network of caretakers for Molokai Nuiahina. Next slide, please. The next program I'd like to highlight is our internship program, which offers college students, recent graduates, and emerging community leaders a unique opportunity to engage in cultural, environmental, and organizational learning. Rooted in Hawaiian values and practices, this program provides a well-rounded experience in aina restoration, local management, community programming, and nonprofit operations. Interns work closely with our cultural practitioners, educators, and KHM staff to support efforts that strengthen Molokai's natural and cultural resources. This internship allows participants to build professional skills in areas such as project management, communications, research, outreach, and organizational development. Ultimately, this program prepares participants to be culturally grounded leaders, ready to serve Hawaii and beyond. Next slide, please. Another annual program held at KHM is Haleohina, which is a women's retreat. And at the heart of Haleohina is a simple yet essential question. How do we take care of the caretakers? This 3-day retreat was created as a transformational space for Molokai Wahine, particularly female leaders, caregivers, and change makers. These Wahines dedicate their lives to uplifting their ohana, their work, and their community, often at the expense of their own well-being. So through cultural practice, storytelling, healing, and deep connection to aina, Haleohina offers our wahine an opportunity to pause, restore, and reconnect with themselves. Under the guiding presence of Hina, goddess of the moon and nurturing mother of Molokai, the program honors feminine qualities such as intuition, creativity, grace, leadership, and renewal. And more than a retreat, Halewahine really is a sanctuary for Wahine to heal, learn, grow, and to build lasting relationships with one another. The final annual program that I'll be talking about is our Lawai'a Camp. It was designed to reconnect our youth with the ancestral practices of Pono Lawai'a, local i'a stewardship, and Moloka'i's unique marine ecosystem. Our Lawai'a Camp empowers Haumana to learn through experiences in the kai, on the aina, and within the traditions of our kupuna. During this 3 to 5 day immersive camp, Kiki explore traditional and contemporary fishing methods, ocean safety, resource management, and native Hawaiian values that nurture our relationship with ocean. Alongside Moloka'i's cultural practitioners and expert Lawai'a, like our beloved Uncle Mac, our Kiki engage in throw net practice, line fishing, pipe fly, fish identification and anatomy, ukena repair, and kilo observations. And with that being said, I'm going to introduce 2 of our Lawai'a Camp participants who we brought with us today and have dedicated themselves to this journey. Please welcome Quincy Phillips and Vidal Wallace. Thanks.
Aloha, my name is Quincy Phillips. I am 11 years old and I attend Kanakakai Elementary School. I've been coming to Lawai'a Camp for 3 years. I've been volunteering at KHM since I was really little. My mom always brought me here and taught me how important it is to take care of our aina, our kai, and our Hawaiian culture. Auntie Ani always showed us so much love and teaches us to love this place the way she does. Lawai'a Camp means a lot to me. It's where I learned pono to be pono. Lawai'a, I like throwing net, fishing, doing kilo, and helping work in the local i'a. My favorite place is the second maka because I can feel the tide coming in and out just like the little fishes hanging out in the maka and playing in the current. I have never missed a day of Lawai'a because I love learning and making new friends. But last year, my dad passed away during COVID, and it was really hard for me. I missed 1 day in my 3 years of Lawai'a Camp, but I came back the very next day because I knew my God would want me to keep going and stay strong. One day, I want to follow in my mom and auntie's footsteps and become a kioi to protect our aina and our resources, so my kids can enjoy this way of life too. Protecting Kaloko'eli fish ponds mean everything to me. This place keeps our fish safe, feeds our community, and teaches kids like me how our kupuna took care of the ocean. When we protected Kaloko'eli, we are learning responsibility, patience, and respect for the ocean. And I want it to stay here forever for other kids to learn too. I am inspired by my dad, Keith Phillips, and I hope to become a great fisherman just like him and carry on. Thanks. Thank you.
Hello, my kapo obo Vidal Wallace Nimpolo Mambiki, Aya Mampabai, Wokoku Awiloko, Kaluka Yo Cage, my Hama Magi. My guru welcome Lee, Wahele Pu of Ankiane, Goku Amalama in Alubadi of me. Aloha, I go my Mayana, Ipakina Mangro, Kepapuana, Papaku, Ame, Kahanana, Yakono. Kahana ina mea pono na kaina. I koku hele ana I keche mukua au ia iau ke kule ana kahana koe ame hea kamana o mana maina noi. Ko kai maki iki aku ne ua hele au I loko o ka Lawai'a Camp ame walai hone au lo ko ko top 3 lo kaya wana. He kai ko upa pula hele ma pala lo kya ko ke kilo monga ba pala ba wanu na kala na ame ka awana be yan ko pa ko kuya kai kunu e ki kai o ko ko kia ma oi hana ya ya un ka awana I ko ume mo me ho. Kamalama ana I kaloka e li fish kai. Kamalama ana I kaloka ia o kaloka eli he mea kai noi. Kia vai he vai palipana no kupako home a me kupako kaioi. A kia kupako kale ana e loa I ma Hawaiian hands on Hawaiian lands. Lalela I kia kaloka eli hau no me ka malama no na hana. Fish pond is very important to me. This place is a safe space for our community and a home for our culture. It is our kuleana to keep Hawaiian hands on Hawaiian lands so Kaloka Eli stays protected for our future generations. Mahalo Milo. Thank you to our two appeals. Tough to follow, yeah. Aloha kākua, Shea Kaidihani Lawiki Ko'ino, no Moloka Imayao. I am the executive assistant at KGM, and I was born and raised on the island of Molokai in the Ahupua of Kaunakahakai. And I've always carried the goal of gaining ike to bring back home for our keiki. Back in 2016 to 2020, I worked with youth at the Molokai Youth Center, which eventually led me to KHN, when I helped coordinate a volunteer mural project about sea level rise. During that time, my connection to Hawaiian culture deepened, inspiring me to pursue and graduate with my degree in Hawaiian studies so I could share that knowledge with the next generation. Tiani has been in my life since I was a baby, actually since before I was born. We're not blood related, but practically sisters. Anyway, since stepping into the role of executive director, Tiani has built KHN from the ground up, leading significant growth and impact in just 4 years. During this time, KHN has directly served more than 10,055 community members, hosted 46 community workdays, and recorded over 29,584 volunteer hours, which was focused on local restoration. These restoration efforts include removal of 39,025 pounds of invasive Gorilla Opal, clearing more than 5 acres of invasive mangrove, removing over 1 acre of invasive kiawe, and rebuilding 1,390 linear feet of kuapa. Both local now have 3 10-foot makaha gates, and we worked hard with the help of our staff and volunteers like Uncle Mac, to bring his vision to life by digging out a 3-foot deep by 3-foot wide by 80-foot long trench through invasive mangrove sediment to reconnect the East Makaha to the waters of Ali'i Fish Pond. With permanent access to Koloko'eli, conservational progress such as these can continue and expand for the benefit of the community. Next slide.
Yes, I just wanted to give an overview of the Koloko'eli Shoreline project and its structure. So like you guys know, TPL, we do act as project manager and buyer. We help them to handle the negotiations with the landowner, help with the raising the funds needed, do the necessary due diligence. And then we do ask the private landowner to directly deed the land to the nonprofit takeout and future owner, which will be Kahonua Mamona. So TPL is not within the China title. And then as Councilmember Kiani Rollins shared, we do have support of the County of Maui to be the future CE holder of the conservation easement. The 11 parcels that make up Koloko'eli Shoreline is around 7.19 acres. Of Aina, we are anticipating it to be around $1.4 million, subject to appraisal. And then for the funding request, we are requesting from Legacy Land 1.05 million, and the remaining funds will come from county and Maui. Next slide. That was my last video as well. Go back to them.
So this is Kaloko'eli Fish Pond. It's a place where our kupuna are preserved in tide, stone, and time. Like many ancient Loko'i'a across the pipeline, Kaloko'eli was engineered with deep understanding of currents, spawning cycles, and the nature behavior of fish. But its story is especially important because of its history and meaning behind its name. The name Kaloko'eli can be understood as Kaloko, the pond, Eli, to dig or to scoop. Kaloko'eli means the pond that was dug out. The name reflects the hard work and skill it took to build and care for these Loko'i'a. Unlike nature-formed ponds, Kaloko'eli was intentionally shaped, stone by stone, layer by layer, showing the commitment of our ancestors carefully transform the landscape into a sustainable, life-giving system that provides fresh food for our akupua. Next. Kaloko'eli sits between two major hotels, Molokai Shores and Hotel Molokai, with a fish pond cottage directly in front of it. This location places Kaloko'eli at high risk of future development, creating an urgent need to protect the space. The land has already been subdivided, which is deeply concerning for our community as it could be sold off piece by piece. If this aina is sold or ends up in the wrong hands, our ability to continue restoring Kaloko'eli could be lost. Even more concerning, without the ability to be on the land, no one may be able to restore or care for Kaloko'eli in the way it was intended. With funding secure, the Trust of Public Land, TPL, can move forward with the appraisal process to ensure that the land is fairly valued. As development pressure continues to grow in this area, the risk of losing Kaloko'eli increases. This may be the one-time opportunity to protect this aina. If we do not act now, the chance to continue the culture, educational, and stewardship work our community depends on and has carried forward for generations could be lost. This is why Kahului is deeply committed to protecting and caring for Kaloko'eli. To us, this fish pond is just not land, it's a living classroom, a safe place for healing, a source of identity, and a foundation for future generations to learn Pono Lawaia practices, leadership, and cultural pride. Every stone on the kuapa, every breath of the tide, and every species that calls this place home teaches our youth what it means to malama aina. When our keiki stand at the water edge, they are standing in the footsteps of their ancestors. Next, please. Kaloko'eli Fish Pond plays a critical role in protecting the health of Molokai South Shore. It functions as a nursery habitat, natural filtration system, and protective buffer against storm surge, coastal erosion, and rising tides. The fish pond supports water quality, fish populations, and the resilience of the surrounding reef system. As an actively managed restoration site, Kaloko'eli demonstrates the enduring effectiveness of indigenous engineering and ongoing efforts, including invasive species removal, native replanting, and kuapa restoration, provides ecological balance, benefiting the broader marine ecosystem connected to the fish pond. Restoration work at both Kaloko'eli and Ali'i fish ponds also focuses on protecting native plants and limu that are vital to a healthy coastal environment. Significant species such as akulikuli, ho'ohuihui, Pa'uohi'iaka, and Kaunaoa help stabilize soils, reduce erosion, and support native wildlife. Additionally, these fish ponds provide important wetland habitat for bird species, including the Ai'o, Hawaiian stilt, Aku'u, black-crowned night heron, Kolea, Pacific golden plover, and O'Pe'ape'a. Of food sovereignty. Uncle Saunoa, a valued member of our Kupuna Council, reminds us, we love and beautify the aina through edible landscaping, ensuring our communities can rely more on locally grown and harvested foods for generations to come. Some native within the fish pond still include limukala, ele, hala, and pepea. These species are essential to marine food webs, contribute to improved water quality, and remain deeply connected to traditional Hawaiian practices. By preserving the ancient local i'a built by our kupuna, we honor the knowledge, practices, and mo'olelo they hold. These sacred places serve as safe gathering spaces for cultural educational programs and the sharing of ike, supporting intergenerational learning through Hawaiian values. By caring for these sites, we strengthen cultural identity, pass down traditional stewardship practices, and maintain living connections between past, present, and future. Thanks. One more.
Okay.
Okay. Restoring our watershed is essential to the health of our local i'a. Fresh water flows from Maka to Makai through the Punawai, feeding our fish pond and creating the balance needed for limu and fish to thrive. The left photo shows the Punawai on Ali'i Aina. Daily maintenance allows clear flowing water and a healthy system. In contrast, the right photo shows Kalapu'eli Aina on parcel number 6.
Hills, Puru Duakine. Like Shay had mentioned, along its coast lies the longest emerging reef in the world. And nearby is the Kolohi Channel, which has long hosted countless canoe races. And from Koloko'eli, our sister islands of Lanai and Maui can be seen in the distance.
KTM is committed to a long-term stewardship of Koloko'eli Fish Pond, guided by community, Puna, Ohana, and resource expert, and grounded in cultural protocol and environmental science. Our work includes removing invasive species, restoring native plants, protecting shoreline, restoring the puapa, and protecting freshwater springs and culture sites. Koloko'eli is a safe, hands-on learning place that creates local jobs, grows community leaderships, and teaches our keiki the pono way to care for the land and ocean. Our community support for Koloko'eli stewardship under KTM continues to grow. To date, we have received 70 petition signatures and 17 letters of support, recognizing the culture, environmental, and community importance of Koloko'eli. Our stewardship efforts are strengthened through formal partnerships, including Kua, Maui Nui Makai Network, and Board Reef Alliance, reflecting a strong foundation and shared commitment to the long-term care of this place. Excuse. And then mahalo, just want to share some stuff too, is KHM is a big ohana. If you've seen, I bring my kikis, my nieces, my nephews, my siblings, and straight that like just what do you call it? Just to shape them into becoming a good lavaita or kia'i her Ainu, because we hardly have those people if you think about it. We have kids becoming nurses, doctors, veterinarian, but we don't have anybody caretaking Ainu. So my goal is to shape my kids so they can take our spots. Like my sister Tehani, she's gonna testify, but she is gonna be taking my spot when I get older. And just to see that youth just stepping in is amazing. And for me, when Kahunumona or Ali'i o Koloko'eli tells me, Tiani, you've done your job, your Kiana's help, that's when I'll step down. But right now, there's a lot to do. And to share my ike from my kupunas with Uncle Mac, me and him have like some very deep stories. or vision that he sees. And my goal is to, follow my kupuna's footsteps and bring their vision to life. So mahalo nui, and thank you to Pamuelo and everyone else.
Thank you for that presentation. Thank you so much. So first off, I'm looking for any questions or comments from the commissioners. Go ahead. Thank you.
A technical issue. The information that's provided to us is that you're asking the money for, it's $198,000 per acre. And it says the land value, we're uncertain. That's the information that we have. I wonder if you could, if you could educate us a little more about that.
Hello. Yeah, so like, we shared earlier, how we kind of, so I should mention that the landowners at one point in time did put these parcels on the market. And they were asking around $1.5 million, $5 million, for all, the parcels. It was on the market for a couple of years. Luckily, they didn't have any, heavy biders. And so how TPLB gauge the fair market value while we're doing these is that we utilize the real property tax assessment as a guidance into what we are going to anticipate the fair market value to be. When conversations with the landowners, if we can prove that we are securing funds, funding and moving forward in our funding efforts, they are willing to cost share of an appraisal. And so because this item will benefit both parties. And so by cost sharing, then they will conduct an appraisal and get that actual fair market value of these parcels. And so for now, in this really early phases, the best we can do is kind of go off estimates and best judgments that we can on what the annual value is.
So that's not based on what property was listed at?
The property was listed at, they were at. Sorry, hold on. Why turn my off?
No, you're good.
Yes, so, the property, it was marketed at 1.5, and so during our assessment as TBL, we looked at the real property tax assessed value and estimated around the $1.4 million range, and it was also a range that was acceptable to the landowners. Sorry. Mine is off there. Okay, it's there.
Mahalo for your excellent presentation. I was so fortunate to be the lead on this project and my first time to Molokai to hold on these projects as well. But I'm just so impressed, so impressed. You guys are just like rock stars in mining stewardship. It really does, like for me coming from Ho'okiawe, we don't have local EA like at this level. And I would like to absolutely learn more and be involved. But I didn't bring this up when I did my presentation, and I think that you have a relationship with the owners. And you go on there and you do the work, your boots on the ground doing it. And it's just a verbal agreement, right, between you and the owners. And the Hawaiian Homes agreement that you have, does it provide the access to Kaloko'eli Fish Pond? No. So if, God forbid, these properties were to sell, you would probably lose the access to do the good work that you've been doing. So,
one vote, if anything.
oh, of course, yeah, that wouldn't stop you, right? Oh, yeah. But I think that was a big thing that I didn't include because access is critical and, losing this properties to, if it was to be sold, that would be just, yeah. So I just want to mahalo you for all the work that you do and continue to do and keep doing. And, no, this, to me, the access is very critical to keep the work. And another question really quickly, what is your vision for this properties? Like, I know that your headquarters is by Elite, but what do you see as, the vision for the area? No, okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go.
So my vision for this island is to bring our native plants back so that we can plant Mauka, because our mission is to be a model of sustainability from Mauka to Makai. So all these native plants to be planted up there in our ahupua to protect the erosion that's happening on there because of invasive deers, pigs, and even humans. Like when we walk in there for hunting, we're sitting up that dirt. So my goal is actually to get our native plants going and having a big anue nursery for our food, so we can provide food for our community or ahupua. What I said in the beginning is Molokai was known as a food basket. We would feed everybody. And about 90% of our food comes from the barge. So what happens if that barge doesn't come to Molokai? Can we survive? Yes. So just teaching our keikis on food, bringing our native plants, so we can get rid of this invasive or eat the invasive, We're trying to teach our kids to eat gorilla ogo, put it on your pizza. So my goal is just bringing food back to our community, to Molokai, and bringing our native nursery alive so we can get that going on Mocha, because our Mocha is very dry.
Mahalo for that. So with your vision, are you looking to consult with community lineal descendants and other nonprofit organizations to kind of help shape that vision?
Yes. Yes. Molokai is a people valley, so once we take out that kahea, we need help. Molokai comes together. Molokai is what I said. If you need help, we'll be there knocking on your doorstep. Just an example, when the Lahaina fire, who was there bringing food, and we hardly have food on our island. We packed up our boats and shipped it here. So if we need help, we'll be there.
Do you have any existing leases on the current property right now or the parcels of the property?
Yeah, just on the east side. We do own Kaloko Eli Aina on closer to east side Hotel Molokai. But right now, we are having the problem too of getting in because above us is another homeowner. So as right now, we can't even get into that Aina too. Landlocked.
We put that slide back and said a lot clearer.
Can go back to the map. I think I'm.
Beginning?
Going, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Although, keep look down. Right, next. I'm going back to the full guide.
Okay.
Down with the down circle.
Oh, okay, okay.
There, to the right of that. Yes. There's in the purple, that's our Aina, and you can see that there is above us, that's another.
Alright.
That's a bigger
Just in our journey.
So if you want to tell.
So the bottom one is my little nephew too. Lumang Wrap. So that's our Aina ang Kalokaeli, and we can't even get in there until we get permission from the homeowner. So we already having problems. So with this big parcel of like 11, it would give us to get in and to protect the shoreline. Because if somebody buys those lands pieces by pieces of what I said, we wouldn't even be able to go to 6 through 11 because that's would be somebody's backyard. And then that's the Aina, the picture of all the invasive ke'ave and lolu palms and stuff. Yeah.
All right, couple more. Is there any cultural resources, historic sites, anything like that on the parcels?
No. Let's start with site and.
Yeah, I mean, some of the historical sites and then how you interpret what an historical. They share that there is a spring. Parcel, it's not part, that's no, so 6 on. And you know, right now it's overgrown with a lot of the invasive plants. And so with proper stewardship, you know, and caretaking of that spring, that will only increase the health of the agricultural side of the fish pond.
Other commissioners care to?
Hi, I'm really impressed with the structure of your organization and what you accomplish. And I'm really impressed with your internship program. It's just obviously excellent at developing leadership. I haven't seen anything else like it. It's really remarkable. And those of you who are here represent the achievement of this kind of work condition. I'm still confused about the access issues here. So do you own the purple parcel up there that hugs the fish pond? Okay. And it's landlocked within another larger. And then the subdivision parcels, it's sort of hard to see, but that number 3 looks like it's a road. And does it actually intersect with another road that goes onto the highway? So, because I'm wondering what the access from the highway to the subdivision to the pond is. I wouldn't want you to get this and still not have access.
Am I on? Oh, turn.
Before I turn it off, I just want to say, do you like the way we enforce only one person pocket and file?
Yeah, so to address, you know, some of the access questions, you know, so right now KHM has, you know, a verbal agreement with the current landowners to access the properties. You know, what you're seeing is, like a subdivision plan. You know, I know it's not parceled out this way, and it's with the intentions that, you know, that access would come from number 3. But we kind of, you can't really see it in this map because it's kind of zoomed out too far, but there is a dirt path that takes you down to the shoreline area. You know, I think it was with hopes that if these subdivision plans do happen and, you know, Aina is parceled out in these ways, then that number 3 parcel would act as that access. And so to somewhat answer your question, you know, if KHM is able to acquire all of these parcels, you know, they will have the access needed to along the shoreline and then the fish pond. Does that answer your question?
It helps.
Oh, this is what actually shows.
You're on. You're not. Yeah.
Yeah, so these are already subdivided. They already have individual TMK numbers, right? And the reason that they're subdivided this way is because if you're gonna sell off those front parcels, you need a roadway parcel. And so this is the design of the TMK. That number 3 is its own TMK. There is no there is a dirt road that you drive on.
Can you show on the map for those commissioners that weren't with us on the site visit?
And you can get the mouse,
Oh,
but
okay, well, so it's about here, we created a chain link access that we have code to and the owners have code to, along with other contract workers that, oh, sorry, yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, it's around parcel number 1, about here, but it kind of cuts in an angle this way, straight up to this salt mud flat area. And like Alex explained in her presentation or her reporting, we already have been doing removal of the whole entire coastline right here of invasive mangrove. So luckily we do have verbal agreement with the owners, and they are willing to sell. So we have high hopes of doing that, and I believe we're gonna stick with our normal driveway, right? Yeah. But like we always say, pictures don't do too much justice until you're actually on ground, and then you can feel it all, see the massive work that our team has been doing along with volunteers and contractors.
Sure.
Discussions about just getting an access easement.
Was the design of easement to keep the value of the property and have, the coast? I'm just trying to deal with, options of how we support the project.
Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Seeing none, I can open the floor to testimony. I request that all testifiers please try to be brief. We have lots more to do before we're thrown out of this place. Are there, yeah, go ahead. Well, please identify yourself. Please identify yourself for the record and go ahead.
Good to know. My name is Mac Puipoy, come from Molokai. to say, you know, the first guys that came on, they did a really good job. Kind of hard act to follow. But I will try my best. Anyway, I'm a board member of Kahunu Momon. I live on Molokai my whole life. So just like everybody else, you know, from Molokai, we hardly get people for that. We hardly get anything. But I guess my purpose or contribution to this movie, not just as board member, but I'm a lawyer, and hopefully I can be part of the show in teaching the EK to the young people, the students, or even creating ideas that maybe I see a lot of because they never confront me or ask me for help in those areas. And I focus mainly on the ocean. Although I do all kinds of stuff. We already lost. And all this testimony you heard this morning, a lot of that knowledge is lost. Canoe knowledge got lost. It's coming back. Fish pond knowledge, a little bit slower, but it's coming back, you know? But who else but the older people that not here, that had that knowledge? They're gone. How many people get that knowledge today? I can count them on my hand. Okay. Anyway, a lot of that knowledge came from Molokai that is written in the book, but they're not there anymore. They move on. They got paid plenty of money, and they move on. I'm still there. But my work is not mainly in a fish pond, it's outside of the pond. I open ocean work. Yeah. And I monitor from pretty much half the island of the South Shore, Molokai. From Lao Point, well, not Lao Point, but Haleolono, all the way up to Clavella. If you look at the map of Molokai, that's almost half the island of the South Shore. So I got my stations all set up, and I do monitoring consistently for over 25 years. So a lot of this work that you get involved with, I know about all that already. And a lot of the knowledge came from the old people when I was young. So, you know, I only can speak for myself. And I'm very fortunate and, you know, very respectful of that sharing. Because, like I said earlier, it's gone. And if we don't continue this work, it is going to be gone. I'm going to be here pretty soon, you know, to understand that. So, all these younger generation, they kind of wise up and, you know, grab onto what they can, take advantage of the opportunity. But the opportunity is very fragile. So, take advantage. You're hearing a lot about land stock. I think we need to know a little bit more about the ocean side. And that is what fed the people before all this land stuff went happening, yeah. I can say for my family. My family came from Maui to occupy homestead land up in Hollywood, where I live to today, same place. They came with the seed. They didn't have food from the island, on the land. They had to go down the beach and collect the food for the time that it took for the plant to grow, to give fruit, yeah? So how many months or years or whatever it took, they had to wait that long. But they ate from the ocean in the meantime. So talking about that, yeah, the relationship, when we talk about fish ponds, it's the same ocean. I understand fish behavior probably more than a lot of people today. You know, and that's the way I was brought up. So, and it's not just fish behavior, it's the whole biomass. And I really grateful that I have a grandson that's putting his feet in my footstep. His feet bigger than mine. But you know, Joe, size 15 or size 10. But I'm very, happy that he's taking on that kuleana. Yeah. Although I told him, he might not be the practitioner that I am, but your name means the keeper of the knowledge. And he's not giving that meaning into his class. And I think, when you pressure a kid that way, when you get kuleana, and you tell him run away. Yeah. No matter where you go, the thing still going to identify you as that person. So we're talking a lot about that, identity. This fish pond, all that work around, the identity. The property surrounding that place, their history, more recent. Yeah. It's not ancient history. It's all like recent history, new. For me, it doesn't come. Okay. What point is what he offered to his place now, that you coming into land that was already here, that we decided not to develop for your benefit. Yeah. We've been here so long that we know about this island better than anybody else. I'm speaking for myself. Okay? Yeah. But that's what new generation have. Yeah. And hopefully I can help in that way, whatever I can. I lost a lot myself. I relearned a lot of stuff. But I'm grateful for what my family taught me. I practice that today. And all of Kupuna that came before me. I learned from a lot of them. Yeah. And I practice that today. Thank you for listening. Yes.
Mahalo ako, ma'am. Some of us are fortunate to know a lot of the good work you do at Mo'omomi. I'm curious to know from what Kahunua Moana has been doing, how do you see the programs and things that they do growing the next generation of Konohiki?
Yeah, so I hope I hope you don't need voice or making you more. But from what I can see, and I'm gonna be honest, okay, they work a lot of stuff on the land, not too much in the ocean. And I say that because I think, okay, and I just say, I think there's nobody that teach them that. Nobody out there physically to teach them. A lot of times when you hear people talk, it's not the same as doing, yeah. So that is what I do. The kids that come with me, I teach them how. Chorane, money chorane. Hey, you know when you catch all that? Or clean them now. We're gonna eat. And that is the success measure then why. Yeah. If you're gonna be a fisherman, no worry. You're gonna eat, okay? And don't forget job. Job off. That is part of the Hawaiian way, yeah. You teach them, you feed them too. But your teacher gonna come home one day, you're not gonna be able to go. Don't forget. So I do a lot of the ocean stuff, and I just wait for the cue. You know, whatever they today, they do it. Not very many. Before we had planning, yeah, but they are marking up. So, yeah. So, kind of, there was a question. Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, folks. Any other testimony? Yes. Or please identify yourself in the record.
Thank you. My name is Michaela Ricard. I work as a program lead for a marine conservation nonprofit here in Maui Nui. I'm also on the board of several other Maui-based nonprofits, and I have a background in sustainability. My work generally focuses on partnering with local community organizations to provide funding and other types of capacity needs in whether it be developing water quality monitoring programs or whatever these groups need, is kind of what I would provide. I believe that long-term local stewardship of our resources here in Hawaii is the very best way for effective conservation. And mahalo for the opportunity to speak. I've had the privilege of working with Kahana for several years now in multiple capacities, one of them being a large NOAA grant. I've seen the care, consistency, and responsibility that they bring to this place. They take pride in and consistently make decisions with future generations in mind. Ultimately, I'd like to speak on behalf of KHM's capacity, and I'd like to let you know that they really demonstrated ability to not only fundraise for their programs, but also in turning vision into action. They're constantly learning and thriving to build upon the knowledge that they already have. They've built and operated very strong and successful programs, and they've navigated various legal pathways to getting the work done that they want for them for their work. And they've also followed through on all of the commitments they've made. What stands out most to me is that KHM's mission is rooted in intergenerational knowledge stewardship. Their focus is not on the lifespan of their organization, but on their community and ensuring land, the shoreline, and the practices that they care for will continue to thrive. Colloquially specifically, that access is extremely important for them. But I'd also like to mention that the integrity of the shoreline of those 6 parcels around the local kia is critical to their success. And this project aligns directly with intent of the Legacy Land Conservation Program. It reflects conservation done right, grounded in place, guided by kupuna, and it's accountable to community and future generation. So, mahalo for your commitment to this work.
Mahalo for your testimony.
And my brother lives the other group of houses right on the water. He lives closest to the pond. He's been there for probably 15 years now. And my nephews, his kids, their mom is the founding executive director of Kahumumomono. So I've been tracking these guys' work for a long time. My nephew's in one of the pictures. They're an awesome program, so I give them my full support. And I don't think any of us here are here today thinking that this is a competition in any way. Whoever gets funded today will be so grateful for and happy about. And if both the Mokai projects get approved, that's only going to empower our community that much more. There is direct connectivity, obviously, between the Baja stuff, as was already kind of joked about, but there is. When me and my brother first started doing, we just got two little Baja, and we've been sailing right off that corner of the pond on the outside. This island is beautiful and it needs to be protected. To see more houses in that area would really kind of be a sad thing. Some community members have access because they participate, they volunteer with Kahumo Momona, or they already have permission, and it just represents another space that should remain open to the community. There's no real park space anywhere along this stretch, and yet that's one of the biggest subdivisions sitting right up above it. If I'm not sure what their exact plans are for, but if they use that space and there's community access to it and there's native plants, it could be a really valuable space, even for the nearby community, to access the ocean right in front of that space. So yeah, they're a solid organization. And I know because I've seen them taking care of that shoreline for
My name is Cass Phillips. I was born and raised in Ireland and Mokai. I've been a long-term volunteer with KJAM since my teenage years. And again, 2017 to 2024. As of January 2025, I'll be joining the team as a field technician on the island crew. Our ohana at KJAM has grown, and when we all come together as one, we accomplish amazing work. I believe that if we are able to purchase the parcels alongside the local LA, we'll be able to continue protecting the local EL from being surrounded by development. Molokai is our home. And one thing people on Molokai like to say, don't change Molokai, Molokai change you. We at QIE of the local EL have one goal: to protect and preserve our fish ponds, to strive to make sure that our ancient icebox will be able to feed and provide food for community and for future generations. KJM has inspired me to strive to be the best mom I can and teach my kiki how to live sustainably. My heart is full knowing that I can gain the skills to be provided for my ohana, live off the land and sea. It's my life.
for that.
Okay, well, I believe I'm the last. Oh. Okay, yeah. We still have people on Zoom, so I'll make it quick and not even look at that and go from heart. My name is Shay Lawifi again. I am the executive director. I'm the executive, what the heck? My brain. Executive assistant under my director. I wanted to kind of go off of what Loyal said earlier. So I was born and raised. We've been classmates since preschool at 4 years old. And one of the, I actually have a memory of our huaka'i in preschool. And I believe it was at Alo'i. So that kind of shaped my foundation of being in love and falling in love with Aina work along with our culture. I grew up to become kind of a youth specialist to caretake our next generation, as I said before in my speech. And yeah, it's crazy because 5 years ago, we all kind of was pushing in our earlier 20s. I'm in my 30s now. And we were kind of afraid to step into that Mapua leadership role. And I remember telling Ani when I got hired with her, I was like, oh my gosh, we gotta become Uncle Macton pretty soon. And time is flying and we're getting older, so we have to hurry up and learn as much ike as possible so that we can pass it down. And it's amazing to see my classmates like Lohia and Tiani, who's just a couple of years older than me, stepping into these leadership roles. And I feel it's very important. And to see two Molokai organizations trying to acquire land to bring back that Aina work and show by example all of our keiki how important it is to not just caretake the land and the ocean, but work as a community as a whole, as one ohana, keep all of the pila stuff away and just malama at the same time. Hold them all together, On top of that, Lokohi'a has been a healing place for me, Tiani, for my sister, Candice, and plenty other people who've come by. And, it's just putting your hands to soil does a lot. And you feel it deep in your na'au and your pu'uvai. And, yeah, it kind of helps us heal as a person with all of our, mental problems and personal issues. But this place, these two fish ponds, the Vahi itself is very special. I can see Kalapu'ali as a future for our keiki to continue being an environmental classroom, serving as a makahana ka'ike kind of area where they can learn by doing, as we did from preschool to high school. And yeah, just being that one example to all of the kids and having these safe spaces for healing and learning for all of our kanaka. Mahalo again for considering us and your time. Hopefully, two of Molokai organizations can. Yeah, mahalo.
Aloha, Commissioner. For the record, again, I'm Maui County Council Member Shannon Rollins Fernandez, Pu'aina of Molokai. Mahalo again for this opportunity to testify in strong support of Kahonua Momona's proposal. I did not submit written testimony, but I will keep my verbal testimony concise. KHM is a seasoned organization guided by Kupuna like Uncle Matt Putpoy and Uncle Mervyn Durua, who have always centered Kiki and Opio, fostering a relationship with Aina. This is important because you protect what you love and you love what you know. And KHM provides an opportunity for our Opio to know and love our island and this healing work. Many of us here have benefited from the wisdom and work of Kupuna like Uncle Mac. When he says the fish may not be there, but the invasive trees will be. As servants of Aina, our chief, we must create the healthy environment that entice the fish that creates the muliwai, that attracts the babies, the fish babies, that in turn replenish the fish stock beyond the walls of the local i'a, as you all know. We have about 80 fish pond infrastructure along the south shore of Molokai. I'm grateful to other people willing to do the work to breathe life back into our kupuna infrastructure. Part of this breath is removing the sediment that suffocates the limu, is necessary for a healthy muliwai. Again, I'm supportive of the county funding necessary for all of our Aina back projects. Mahalo again for this opportunity to testify.
I see a hand raised here. On the Zoom feed, identified as Tehani Kaba Au Au. Please go ahead with your testimony.
Hi, just checking, is my audio working? Aloha mai kako. My name is Tehani Kaba'aha Pua'a. I was raised on the island of Molokai. I'm the youngest sister of Tiani Cook, a longtime volunteer of Kahanua Mamona, and I also stand before you today as part of the future succession planning for this organization. I share this testimony from the deepest part of Mana'o, in strong and unwavering support of Kahanua Mamona's effort to purchase and protect the Koloko'eli shoreline. I grew up at this pond. I was truly a pond baby, running around in my diapers, learning to malama the aina and kai from the kapuna and ohana who raised me at Koloko'eli and Ali'i fish ponds. This place is where I first understood what intergenerational knowledge looks like. My kapunas teaching me through action, my siblings guiding me with patience, and me learning at a very young age what it means to carry our kuleana forward. Kahanu Mamona didn't just give me a place to grow, it gave me a foundation, a lineage of loha aina, and responsibility that I carry with me every day. Koloko'eli is not just a fish pond to us, it is a classroom, a pantry, a sanctuary, and a living example of how our kapuna design system rooted in balance and sustainability. This shoreline holds ike, springs, and practices that cannot be replaced once they are lost. This shoreline holds up here taught me that Malama Aina is not a program. It is a lifelong commitment that must be protected now so it can continue far into the future. Today, as a sophomore at Northern Arizona University, that intergenerational foundation continues to guide me. I changed my major because I realized how deeply I love caring for this Aina and how strongly I feel called to continue the work that was once entrusted to us. Every time I return home, I volunteer daily at the pond, reconnecting with the same values my kapuna taught me as a child and preparing myself to one day take on greater responsibility. I also witnessed my sister Tiani leading this work with strength, compassion, and vision. You can feel the aloha she brings, not only through restoring health of our local i'a, but by creating stable jobs for our community, uplifting youth voices, and centering kapuna wisdom in every decision she makes. She's actively laying this groundwork for sustainability that goes beyond her own leadership. One day, I hope I am prepared to walk in the same footprints that Tiani is creating, continuing this work with the same integrity and commitment to our people and our place. Supporting Koloko'eli shoreline is not simply about acquiring land. It is about protecting continuity. It ensures that succession is possible, that stewardship does not end with one generation, and that our community retains access to care for this place long into the future. Keeping this aina in Hawaiian hands is how we honor our kupuna, support present leadership, and prepare future stewards like myself to carry this responsibility forward. Mahalo nui loa for considering us for this opportunity to uplift our island, our culture, and our generations past, present, and future. Mahalo.
Mahalo for that. I see a hand raised from Kahonua Momona. We've already had the applicant presentation, so if you have additional testimony, please be brief, but you can go ahead.
So I think to help with the whole Zoom and tech issue, we had people just gather at their site. And so there's probably multiple the couple of testifiers under that one.
Okay.
Yeah, just as a heads up.
All right. Please be free.
Aloha, I'm here with Micah, Ka'ai, and Hopu, and we're all going to be testifying for Kahino Momona. I'll start it off. Aloha, my name is Terai Brooke Kavaha Pua'a. I've been with Kahuno Mona since 2017, starting as a volunteer, then an intern with different organizations, and officially becoming part of the Ohana in January 2025 as an office intern, marking a year on the 20th of this month. Koloko'eli is more than just a fish pond to me. It's a place that keeps me grounded. When I'm here, I feel connected to the aina, to the culture, and to the work that we're doing. There was a time in my life when I felt disconnected from my culture and from myself. Applying with Kupu Hawaii for our Aina-based internship back in the summer of 2023 helped me bring back that sense of purpose. The fish pond teaches patience and responsibility. It reminds me to slow down, to be present, and to take care of what I do. The work isn't always easy, but it's meaningful. Caring for the land is also caring for our community and carrying this knowledge forward. It's so important for Kahuno Momona to secure this land because it allows the organization to continue and protect the vital work it does for both the community and the Aina. Ownership and protection of this land empowers Kahuno Momona to restore and care for the cultural and natural resources of the area through hands-on restoration, educational programming, and community work days. Without secure access and stewardship, these efforts and the knowledge, traditions, and food systems they support are at risk. Ultimately, protecting this land ensures that Koloko'eli can continue being a living classroom, a source of ike, and a place where the community can have the reminder of who we are and our responsibility to Malama Aina together. And then I'm gonna have Ka'ai go up next.
Hello, my name is Kai Puliao. I started work at KHM 2024 as part of the Aina crew. Kalopaeli is one of 6 local ias being actively restored. And I feel it is important to malama them so that my kiki can see them standing strong and learn to care about the Aina and their future. Yeah, but I'm a Shula boy that deeply believes in the natural Hawaiian resources. Yeah, mahalo nui. Aloha. Aloha, my name is Micah Rollins. I've been with KHM since 2019. Returned again in 2025 as a part-time Aina crew caring for the 2 local ias. Kaloko'eli is important to me because this work is about protecting the future, especially for my son and the KT. Everything I do in this Aina is for them in my mind. So they can grow up knowing where they come from and where they're understanding responsibility and malama the Aina. Kaloko'eli has a great potential to be a place where knowledge, culture, and participation and passed down through hands-on learning. With the full control properties, we can honor our kupuna and to this place remains generations to come. Mahalo.
Aloha, my name is Hokulua. I was born and raised on the island of Molokai and live between the 2 of the local ias that we caretake. I am the Aina supervisor at KHM and have been here for over a little 2 years. I first came to KHM under a UH workforce development program called OD2A, Overdose Data to Action, and worked my way up in the Aina crew. Since working with KHM, I have become closer and more connected to the Aina and my Hawaiian roots. Koloko'eli is important to me because it holds the same lessons our kupuna once taught us. And it must remain a place where future generations can learn those teachings firsthand. Through our ongoing care of the shoreline and daily stewardships of this local ia, Kahunua Momona International has shown that we are ready to uphold this kuleana and ensuring that Koloko'eli remains a place of learning, healing, and connections for generations yet to come. Mahalo.
I think, ooh, we have another. Okay. I think that is all the testimony I see online or in the room.
Who didn't raise his hand in the Zoom sense, he raised his hand in the physical sense. Yeah.
Kevin Chang, if you have testimony, please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kevin Chang. Sorry, I was sitting in the Thursday meeting Zoom for the last hour and a half and realized about 2 minutes ago that I've been sitting in the wrong room. My name is Kevin Chang. I work for an organization called Kua'aina Ulu Awa Mo. We're created by a group of elders. It includes Uncle Mac, who's there with you 14 years ago to help serve, build, and create a context so communities can better malama aina, to create a relationships such that communities today can actually either own or partner with government in taking care of our places. My The genesis of my work in Kua really is I was a former TPL employee who worked on at the time during the time when you guys were becoming a real thing and the counties were beginning to build up the ability to do this. And I then worked at the Office of Hawaiian Affairs where I worked on acquiring land. And what I learned there really is that government really cannot do the kind of level of care we want to take care of our environment without our communities. And actually, our communities knew this before we had a state of Hawaii, and that it was a part of the practice and the culture of our communities. And so I left to work for Kua and folks like Uncle Mac because I believe one of the biggest things we can do is to prepare ourselves as community organizations and whatnot to take on this kuleana, not just through this actual stewardship, but the ownership and stewardship. So I'm happy to see this application before you, and I didn't realize this was a 2-day hearing. I was also calling in for the Honolulu project as well. So thank you for having me, and mahalo for all the work you do. A lot.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe that concludes the testimony on this application. Thank you very much for your application, much appreciated. And we'll move on to the next agenda item. Thank you. Commissioner, so I look to warn you that we have the before which. Yeah. Here's what I would propose, subject to discussion and approval by the commission, that we have our comparative discussion now. We can keep it fairly brief, I think, but it's a good chance for each of us to opine and perhaps influence our fellow commissioners. What I would like to do is have that discussion and have each of us fill out our ranking forms and then break for lunch. And we'll tabulate the results while you are chowing down, and it'll be present when you come back. If you, how do you feel about that? You all say no. What does that mean? It means you want to have lunch? Maybe not get our business done before we're thrown out of here. That's your preference. Okay. You have 45 minutes for lunch. Reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Motion to reset.
Okay. All in favor? We are in recess. 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
I know.
Oh, right.
Which are all. Forward. Thank you. Sorry.
Program Commissioner. Thanking all the previous applicants for all their wonderful presentations. Now it's time for item C on our agenda, comparative discussion of the applications. Once again, commissioners, let me mention to our board packet containing the handout of decision-making priorities, criteria, and process, and the comparative table of application information. Also, please note the following revisions to applications that were requested by applicants during the presentations as summarized by staff. I call on Mr. Penn to summarize any changes that we should know about.
Thank you, Chair David Penn for the commission staff. We don't have any substantive changes to any of the applications as I recall, or that's in my notes. We did have some clarifications about the Paneopo application, B3, about their status, and applicants for other did update us about different situations. The only other thing that we discussed previously was to clarify the ask on the B1 project for East Maui, which is $3,010,000 from Division of Forestry and Wildlife.
Okay, we'll go through these items one at a time. I invite commissioners to comment. You don't need to if you feel like this comment covers your ground. But in any case, so the first item up is item B1, which is the East Maui Coastal Forest Project from DONR. Who would like to lead off the discussion?
I will. Someone's gonna. Yeah, go ahead. We need the. Yeah. I'm not gonna recuse myself, but I should let people know I worked for GoPaw for many years. I started the East Maui Watershed Partnership, so I'm pretty supportive of GoPaw. I think it's a great project. I would note that it's the least expensive at $24,000 per acre of all the projects in front of us. We'd also note of the $9 million that this might leverage, federal funds. That's one reason the cost is so low. I also disclosed DOFA has a lot of land. And it's not going away, but I sure know the importance working on the Water Commission of having continuity from Mauka to Makai, as far as not only stream diversity, but estuary health and marine. So I am very supportive of the project. I would note that there's a potential of 700,000 that might be available from past funding. And there might be an opportunity, and again, I'm not quite sure how we work, is that maybe we don't completely fund this at 2.1 million and fund it at 2.3 or whatever the remainder, maybe that 700,000 might be available. But I am very supportive of this project.
I just was noting that the Huiva'a Olokai is 18,900 acres, so that's quite a bit less.
Oh, you're right. Thank you for that correction.
Commissioner Black, can I be heard? Yeah. I think with this project, which is obviously very significant, my question, well, for you commissioners is, so we have this almost $10 million match. And so is that grant totally apply to these 5 parcels because, okay, thank you, that helps me because we've seen a sequence of funding opportunities for different parts of this big vision, and I wasn't sure if this grant was applying to more than we were looking at specifically. I am uncomfortable with the per acre land valuations as a means of our making our decisions. And that's partially because these parcels are in different zones and the parcels are in different islands. And actually, this parcel is a DLNR market analysis. So I think it's useful to look at those and say, wow, we're getting so much bang for our buck on this. But I actually think that that is not one of our A, really identified criteria, and B, that is subject to lots of differences in valuation. So we're not talking about, we're talking apples to oranges and lychees, but we're not talking apples to apples.
Mahalo, Commissioner Blake, for that. I will agree. I think there's lots of merits to this application. We saw this application come forward to us last year. I think for me, it's the community engagement piece that I'm still wanting to see strengthened in this particular application. It was interesting because we did have Ohana from Hana that were online, of course, because of another project, but then they also had shared their manao about not being engaged. Hopefully, our deal and our friends who were in the room heard that, and maybe they might be able to engage with them. In regards to the funding match, this is the one project though that has the most, which is super impressive. They have 80% in regards to that. And we know, I think in one of the questions that was asked commissioners, that that's tied to, of course, other funding, which may affect as well, the match and stuff like that. So I get their sense of urgency. My hope is that what they do more is engaging the community in regards to how they're going to manage the cultural resources, the lineal descendants of the area, and really start to formulate some of that relationship as well. Because certainly you can see they're strong on the conservation side, but on the cultural resources side, it's sadly lacking, and hopefully they'll strengthen that with this particular project. Mahalo.
I have a few comments on this. I am really torn on this one. The land is, as Cherry has suggested, it's just an incredible property. And it's important, and the dark flyway is an important thing that I'd love to see supported. The matching funds are different. But I was kind of disappointed in several aspects of this. One, they didn't even update their budget request based on the 300,000 that we recommended being awarded last year. I don't know if that's just lazy or what that was about, but that didn't sit well with me that they didn't bother to do that. The negative testimony is important. We hold all of our applicants to a standard of acquiring community support. I don't think Delphi has it. We certainly got the testimony that they do not. And I gotta feel like we need to hold Delphi to the same standard that we hold all the other applicants. So I have a mixed mind on this. I want to see this land incorporated into the forest, into the preserved forest. But the application itself has some shortfalls, in my opinion.
Said everything I'd say.
I, being here on Maui and working with the Division of Forestry and Wildlife and also working in the HANA community. You might also want to notice the list of organizations that they have contacted and worked with, that they did not have other people testifying from, but they have certainly worked with them. And I am familiar with the testifier who brought up issues. And I do know that they have communicated with that testifier, and that he has been a source of perhaps memory of the way that DOFA has acted in the past in Maui Nui. And I do believe that there's been very radical change in the administration and the management that's going on. And I think that that testifier was an outlier, that I really hear what everybody's saying about hearing what he said, and I don't think it represents what the division has actually done in terms of outreach. And I also pretty strongly support this for all the reasons that Commissioner Sitton mentioned. And it is really critical, since I've worked with seabirds, that area is a critical area for passage of not only the endangered seabirds, but the rest that actually occupy the areas that they're looking to protect with this project.
I was on this year's site visit, and I always pay a lot of attention to the community aspect, since that's what I'm supposed to represent. So I mentioned it earlier, last time but I'll repeat. I was on that long drive. I was in the car with Mike Spalding, who works for the listing agent, and or is the listing brokerage, and then also with Lance, who gave the testimony. And I was really favorably impressed about the amount of community engagement, certainly that I heard from Lance. He had a lot of time to talk story on that on that long drive, and it was one story after another on programs that they've got going. So in the past, that's certainly been my consideration. But then when we heard the guy and voice his concerns, that really threw me for a loop. And I was hoping that there would be some address of that, and there wasn't. But I also understand, being in very many community groups, sometimes you can't just talk about it. So just putting my current thought out there.
I hear what everyone's saying, and I think I agree across the board. This project, the continuity of it bringing to East Maui is sort of unparalleled, and the threat really is there in real time right now. Being a state agency that's making this application, they don't have as many resources to act from. It's not coming from community place, it's coming from conservation and crossing to the community. And to just repeat what Kelly was saying, the engagement that Lance in particular has made that entire stretch from Wailua all the way. Even the difference between last year and this year, as he gets used to what it's like to manage these properties, from the property last year to this year, I could hear it in his voice as he tries to sort out what is the best way to balance this. And by hiring 2 full-time people to be managing up and down parking, access, that is a huge commitment by the state to try to sort this out in the best way possible. So I
I recognize that the price tags make it difficult to make these decisions and get the match here at nearly $10 million. Plus the improvement between last year and this year of how they're talking about managing these properties, I think offers us a moment to think about how we could value this in light of all the other projects. I felt listening about challenges management, that I was hearing really strong commitment and aspiration to a much more community-based management system, but that they're definitely, in a fledgling part of that change of style and action. But what I did hear that was really encouraging was the department's responsiveness to individuals. Like, you're seeking access, we have this form, fill it out, it's easy. There were several instances throughout the discussion where he responded to, well, this is the system we're doing now. And it may be a model with no, but we're experimenting, we're learning. So that did impress me.
Any other commissioner input to item B11? Okay, we will move on to item B12, the Ke'au Hali'i project. Who would like to lead off on this one? Commissioner Robbins.
So in 2018, when they first came in for funding, I was beside them on their side of the table. And I think one of the things that was most impressive to me on the site visit, which was also in their presentation, was the capacity of the organization to do an incredible job of stewardship with seemingly full support of community once the properties are acquired. That really comes through strongly for me with this application. And clearly it has the cultural aspects, as with many of the projects we're hearing. There's no longer so much of a distinction between the cultural part and the agricultural part and the protection, Makai, the connectivity. And I like that very much because it's almost like you can go down the list of the significant features of land that we are trying to protect and go, gosh, we can get all of them or almost all of them with this one. In our administrative part, there's the part about the capacity to do it within the next few years. And my concern about this one is in the status of being in a contested case, which the good news is it buys them more time. But I also know how those things can draw out. So I sort of question whether the landowner really is playing for an objective of, well, I'm gonna go ahead, try and go ahead with this thing anyway, and then have you buy the last piece desirable, which doesn't really achieve the applicant's goals, or whether if we fund this, that's enough for them, for the landowner to completely cave and go, okay, this is my best possible sell. So just from a real estate point, I have that concern about, can they really pull off this acquisition? Or will it be one of these situations where due to forces beyond their control, we don't get the outcome we want here?
I'll just chime in briefly. The application is a bit immature, and they were forced into this, I think, by they realized this land might be available. Most of the presentation, in fact, was about the track record of KH, which I admire very much and have supported in the past, and they're a deserving group for sure. But the actual parcel under consideration, which is the second largest land application we have. It's also the highest ask at $4 million. But I just kind of come away, there's so many things that are undocumented there. We know there are resources, but we don't know where and how many and which ones. The inventory is currently lacking. They got pushed into this kind of in a hurry, and it shows. And so in my feeling is the application is a little bit immature. Land could disappear. We may never get it, but I can't help it but feel that way about it. And we note that it's a not very willing seller. That'd be the way I would express it. So that doesn't mean it won't happen, and we have to try when we think it's deserving, but that seems to be the situation in my mind. That's what happened.
I like the project. I love the people involved, but I would also agree it's not quite ripe yet. I was very much influenced by the lawyer from the Legal Defense Fund that laid out the basis for the contested case hearing. I don't know the Maui Planning Commission that well, but it seems like an incredibly strong case that this land is not under imminent threat of development. This is going to play out with a community contested case, and it would use almost 2/3 of our available funding. So based on that, I just say it's not quite ripe yet, and a lot of it, I'm not sure that the threat to development is imminent, and I think we might have another crack at this project in the future.
I would disagree with that because I think there is an imminent threat of development because of the fact that the landowner has already gotten their approvals to the planning department. And so I'm torn with this one because it's Hana. So Yawali has done some fabulous things, and this is like one more ampua that will demonstrate sort of this contiguous protection of that shoreline. That is, if there is any coastline that is always under imminent threat, it's Hana. Everybody knows the beauty, everybody knows. And when we got to go on the site visit, it was certainly obvious, I think to some of us that was there, why those particular 6 parcels on that upper portion near Pu'upai, Kalani, was the prime, if you will, parcels up there because of the vantage point, because of the view plane. So I feel it's actually one of the strongest sense of urgencies of these applications in regards to the threat of development, because it's actually obvious that Ranch Partners LLC, the landowner, is looking to develop or is looking to, sell these properties, do whatever it is gonna plan to do in the near future. And knowing that there are like ohanas right down there, Hani'o'o and Hamoa Village, ohana that are there, they're gonna know, it's already seen already what the effects and the impacts of the aina is gonna happen once you've got $6 million homes on that plateau near that pool looking down. On Alau, on those fish ponds and everything like that. However, yeah, it is 2/3 of the budget, which is a large ask. And I think that's the part too that is like really the hooky in my na'au about this particular project. Because there is sense of urgency, there is a threat of development, an imminent threat of development. And yet there are cultural resources. Kalena said, Kuliao Pa'a, Noho Papa already had said, it's a complex of cultural resources. It is a truly opportunity for the Hana community to do Mauka Tumakai, and knowing that they have Ohana and a fishing village there, ready and Makaukau to mobilize, kind of thing. So for me, this is one of those projects like I love dearly. Want to see our Hana Ohanas there be able to again, right, keep Hawaiian lands in Hawaiian hands. And so through programs like this is what makes our job hard and key. It's something like this. So mahalo.
Mr. Wilson speaks my mind.
Commissioners, Chair, yes.
Well, I think torn or rendered or severed your emotion when you come to this particular parcel. I think that the work that Ke'aho Hali'i is doing, and in such a short time, and the fact that it's so incredibly grounded in let's start first with taking care of our iwi, and just things that were said and so much done. Because I got to be there on one of their last coastal land acquisitions, and yet I do see this. I do see this possible light at the tunnel that they are not going to have this opportunity to, that Hana Ranch is not going to have opportunity to develop this because of the mistakes they totally made in this application. And maybe that's a false kind of a hope, but I'm just going to use this opportunity to decry consolidation of lands based on taking Kuleana parcels and moving them around and not even looking, this parcel, what is its size? What was its use? And acting as if every Kuleana parcel was some kind of house and can be a big house. Has nothing to do with what one of my Kauai mentors has always called the first land use zoning. Kuleanas themselves, what happened after the Mahele. And so I just feel so angry that it could sway my vote.
That if you want to speak, is pass that down to your Commissioner Polanski.
I agree with what everybody says. So the points I'd like to reiterate as somebody who was on the field visit this year is that these parcels and the vantage point, which were already mentioned, are very unique for that area. Not that the whole area is not unique, but that the particular location of this parcel and the water resources on it and the ability to develop into a bigger vision, I think makes it stand out. The price point is difficult for us to navigate, and I would just love us to think about what that would look like in terms of offering support for this in some way. And I realize that's a challenge. It has been a challenge for us as commissioners. I haven't yet been on another field visit where so many people drive by physically to offer support. And so I'll just put that there that I've never been in one place and just watch people just be like, oh yeah, I support everybody. Okay, I guess people know about this. So, and that was just a unique part of this, but the vantage point physically, and the ability to anchor, I think are what makes it special for this community. So I think it's a strong application as well.
Thanks for sharing that. You're absolutely right. We're all, waiting, and literally cars are just driving by and they're like, hey, like, we support this. And they just park their cars and they come and it's like really community, government. It was like a council member who had a family reunion on the other Haneo property. And it was just, and then Kupuna just shows up and they're like, they come and support, but oh no, absolutely. Ke'aho, amazing work. I applaud the work they do in Hana, and yes, development from the top vantage point. Oh, easily I can see just homes being built with this beautiful view, which would be absolutely phenomenal for this. But no, I also agree with all of you as well.
Okay, any other comments from commissioners?
Thank you.
Moving on to item B13, Hane O'o. Anybody want to kick off this discussion?
Yeah, this really is a very important parcel, and one of the wonderful things that came out of the committed action groups is that, you know, it was kind of sad, the applicant didn't show up again, or this is 4 times around, as you know. But community members actually said, that community, they're amazing, they tell you, right? That this is a really important parcel, and we, get to use it for, you know, family gatherings and all. And so it is really an important parcel in the landscape of Haneo'o and Hana, but it is just, we need more in terms of knowing what the landowner's commitment is. This has gone on, and we're gonna get it at some point, I think so. But for now, this is an application that remains immature.
Yeah, I'll just, I agree, Earl. Thank you for those comments. There were some holes in the application. I felt the cost share was kind of an unsecured conservation easement that's not worked out. The stewardship plan is kind of vague. And although the property is listed, the threat is, in my mind, a bit unclear. So I don't know what's gonna happen there. But anyway, there are a few things lacking in the application, so it doesn't rise to the top of my list. Although I'd love to see it go through.
I would agree that I will love to see it through. I definitely do not think there is an imminent threat there. The location has already been, someone has attempted to build on it in the past, and the community came out saying absolutely not. And there's no reason to believe that that wouldn't happen again if it were sold to a developer. And the price per acre on that parcel is completely out of range with anything else that we've looked at. And I agree with the deficiencies of the application.
No further questions or comments from the commission. Thank you for your input. Moving on to item B14, Honolulu Bay, Save Honolulu Coalition. Would like to lead off the discussion.
Start with someone else. I'm sure everyone wants to. You know, when I first read this proposal, I was going, you know, why are we asking a community group to do the role of what a county and state government should do? And I said that's just ridiculous, doesn't make sense to me. And then after hearing the testimony of the people, I heard all sorts of verbs that are not part of our criteria. You know, people talking about healing and what that place represents to them. And you know, tragedy after what happened in Lahaina in West Maui. And hear people talk about that, I could start crying, but now it really was amazing. And this community group is there, and they're not backing down. And I think as we look at what is the value of a public investment, we can create a place where people use it for healing, to deal with tragedies that have and bring the community together. And so I am a strong supporter of this proposal.
Honolulu Bay. I'm looking at D. D, you're just having you come and share your stories when we had our site visit and open up your heart to us. And that was just, I'm so glad. I'm so glad to have been there and heard everything. Have your ohana here yesterday. That was absolutely just, I can't even put into words. Amazing, decades-long effort of your, organization, 16,000 petitions. The state has owned it for 12 years and have done really nothing. And my only concern, which I did see a letter from Director Carpenter, but how long is that gonna take? Like, I hope that it can start moving quicker for the lands to go from unencumbered state land to state parks and the whole co-management of the park, like modeling Haena and Kalikikoa Bay and the potential that it can become, because you guys are doing it. You're boots on the ground doing it, right? You're not gonna stop, but the state needs to help. That's my concern, and I say that I used to work for DLNR, but the state needs to step up in the situation and just mahalo, mahalo. I'm so happy and such a special place, such a special place.
There's a lot to say. No, thank you for everything. I've known this project for 15 years. It was in some ways my first introduction to Hawaii, and so I can offer nothing but deep support for a co-management model in this way. And I think it's driven in the right way. I was gonna say that the amount of resources needed to management is going to be high. And at the same time, it sounds like you guys can figure out how to do that. Thank you.
There's something of a tradition of when the project has closed, that there's some kind of celebration. I hope we get an invitation. That's it. I didn't get to go, so,
But you're putting it out there. Oh, God. Okay, I'll do that too. I'll vision that as well with you. Let's manifest that one. Right? Okay. My flight will till 7. This is sorry.
Okay.
My last year sitting on this commission. And every year I've been blessed, honored and privileged to serve on this commission, to see all these different AINA organizations, nonprofit, who have stepped up and taken the kuleana to say, state, you're not doing your job, so that means we got to take on the kuleana. And I gotta say, when reading this application, it's probably one of the best ones that I've ever seen in my life, serving on this commission. Because to see the amount of support that you guys have, I mean, to know that it's a marine conservation reserve from the 70s, that was before state con was happening. And you guys was already progressive in thinking about how we have to malama archive for generations. And now we see 3, 4 generations, 5, 6, 10, if we go even further back with D and your Ohana as lineal descendants. And so I applaud you guys, because this is the epitome of what it means to be resilient and to know, taking on that kuleana. The first thing that came to my mind was that you guys resonate with that the life of the land is not perpetuated, but going to be in the future for future generations. You guys, this is Honolulu needs to be saved because of the onslaught of what is happening in that area. From the amount of tour boats that are going in there, to hear about how our amakuas are being affected by snorkelers in that area. That it's knowing that I have one who travels around, and to know that he's not there to protect our keiki because of other interests. And so to me, that hurts the na'au. But to know that if this can happen, that could all change. That could be transformative. to ho'i ka aina, ho'i ka piko, ho'i ke kumu. You know, Auntie Lev Ohu yesterday said something so powerful, and I had to put it in here, and seeds of preservation are in our bones. Marinating in our bones. Ola kaibi, yeah. And this is certainly a project that I see that is gonna happen because I can see 50, 100 years from now, Honolua is gonna be that pico for that coastline. Mike said, right? It's the Pu'uhonua. And that's what I loved when I saw that. I'm like, oh, Pu'uhonua, Honolua. What? And that's it. Because especially for our people, this is always a reminder for us as Kanaka who have had the ancestral memories and ancestral DNA that ties us to this Aina, to this Pai Aina, to this Lahui, is that moments like these, right, are so important. Because we are an endangered species too. But once we can ho'ika aina and holu and grow once again, that's only going to continue to empower our love, we and our people for generations to come. So I have to mahalo you guys. I have to mahalo you guys coming now more than ever to protect such an important place for our kaya ulu and our community and for future generations, for your keiki, your mo'opuna's mo'opuna, and so on. So mahalo nui, mahalo.
Oh. I am unfortunately completely in line with everything that has been said so far. And I can only really add, I was on the site visit, and from Uncle Wilmot, starting Oli, going on to the AEL, being left with the other commissioners, standing in the AEL and feeling the spirit there. There is no doubt there's power and strength in that site. And then going down to the bay and seeing, and we were on a day when there were not thousands of people there were just hundreds. And, you know, it's a desecration, the amount of unregulated visiting that's going on there. And the fact that local people, I have not been there in 25 years because of those very things. And for Kanaka who are there, I can feel that the loss of having that. And then sitting in the gathering space, having lunch, having the completion of Dee, just sharing her life and what she learned from her tutu. There's no question about this is an extremely valuable property, place, and for the people, the Kanaka who should be the ones managing it.
Thanks, Jay. I love this application. I love this project. I love this place. I've been waiting a day and a half for Hanoi to cry. Okay, it's one of those signals. This is time to pay attention. There's something in this, and there's a lot in this one. I'll just mention a couple of things I think you already know, but I think they're really important. I love Pua'a scale restoration projects, and this is one of those. That's one of the real benefits. This is a time where we have support from Maui Pine. I don't know if that'll always be the case, but man, we shouldn't let this opportunity go by. So I think that's key. This commission historically has liked to see applications from lineal descendants. Man, we got it here. These are huge pluses, and I really like this project very much. The management will be difficult. I can't imagine how they're going to do it, but I got to tell you that I think this is the right group to deal with this problem. And I can tell you that I would trust SHC and TPO, SHC to deal with this management. It's a wonderful application. Very strongly in support.
Well, I agree with everything that's been said. And when John just said management is going to be a big challenge, I happen to be looking at the UN. And I think that that's one of the key things about this. It's that this is a group that are eyes wide open. This is not a group that is in any way young to this challenge. And that you can feel that. But I'm going to say, I would like to see this application, this land acquired for, say, Honolulu Coalition, because you guys have been so hardworking, but so generous. You've been so generous in looking out for more help, looking out to try and work. Yes, there were contentious years, but there have been more years where you're like, what do we need to know? Who can we partner with? How can we include everybody? Who's missing? And so I feel like, wow, this is such a track record of selflessness. I want you guys to have it. And I want you guys to continue to show us alternative ways of managing and of grounded being. So let's go.
Not a whole lot to add here, except there was something I wrote in my notes that I found really impressive, and I've been thinking about it all night because I would like to believe that this is possible and this is a trend we're going to be seeing more. And it's a kind of huli'au where those who have been sources of harm in the past are now collaborating with you and in some sense beginning to make reparations. If Maui Land and Pine can come that direction and some of the others who will not disappear entirely from our landscape, but if they can become contributing parts of it because you've helped them to see that's their place in the future, then this is going to be a landmark acquisition for all of us.
Thank you, commissioners. Okay, thank you. Moving on to item B15, roofs and resilience. Who would like to lead this off? Anybody?
I was the permitted interaction group leader for this one. And so that gave me a little more access than most of the commissioners. And I had a hard time getting a hold of Kim for a while. And finally got her on the phone. Well, you know, we gotta set a date, we wanna come see it, blah, blah, blah. She said, you know, somebody who's friends with the commissioner told me we shouldn't even apply. I said, wait a minute. I've been on the commission for more than 5 years, whatever, something like that. And we've had all kinds of groups. It's true, you're not the typical, but you are addressing a critical need in our community, critical needs. She didn't talk that much about her family, but she comes from a family of farmers. They farmed in Laie. They have for 4 generations. And she just naturally wants to do all these activities to develop community. This whole process was so out of her universe. And she has done so much in just a couple of months. that it's truly astonishing, really. And I'm so proud of them for showing up and being here in the room with, you know, the TPL partnered dozens of community members, and yet she persisted because she knows that what she's doing, she's trying to do, which is create a safe, healthy space for our youth to learn critical life skills, is desperately needed. So thank you, Kim, for daring.
Yeah, and really thank you for that. I do appreciate that. I love Kimberly. I love her family. They have a great willing seller that wants to maintain. But the piece is really, compared to everything else we're dealing with, is really not quite as significant. Having the resources, and I hope we able to maintain contact with her and keep encouraging her as she's on her journey with her and her family. And we just wish her well. I just don't think this proposal is right for funding at this time.
I'd just like to add that I like this application a lot, actually. I like the applicants a lot, and they gave me confidence that they can handle this, what they're taking on. I think they're up to it. They got experience in my know a little bit about that cosmopolitan area. They're just turning into these gentleman farms, and they're not farm. These guys are gonna farm. And they're gonna farm with young people and build community. And I admire what they're doing and what they're proposing to do very much. So I rate this as above average. I think I like this proposal very much.
I'm gonna join in your thoughts, John. So I'm holding this, and look, it's gonna be a matter of the whole context, and it's gonna be a matter of our meager budget. But I want to point out that I felt like Kim's group is like a very young Kahunua Momono. It's like a group that has that kind of vision and that kind of passion, but it's just starting. And Kim was really amazing. She had 2 kids in there with her yesterday, but the thing was, she was like she always seems to be, eager, listening, and you really felt like she was absorbing everything that the rest of you have been doing a little longer, that comes from the same place. So that was very moving to me.
It was already mentioned that one of the really touching parts of this is that Kim's group is sort of handpicked by Mr. Asatu, the owner of the land. I like that aspect of it.
I completely agree with the passion and the desire and the need. And I also feel that being on the site visit, on the site, that agricultural land is so degraded at this point. I think the video present, or the presentation by the person who was on video, kind of misstated for everyone the fact that there's electricity. Well, there's ancient electricity infrastructure, but there is no electricity property. The water is completely gone. That whole infrastructure is completely gone. The amount of infrastructure and clearing that's going to have to take place to do agriculture on that site is, I believe, really beyond their current capacity to get, to raise the funding to do that. When we asked about fundraising, it was, cookie sales, big sales, raising that kind of money. And I would really hope that they learn from this and come back once they have a grant writer on, because she talked about we're going to do that. And if they can get some other funding coming in, they can really look at what it's going to take at that site to do good agricultural production. I think in the future they could have a strong application.
I'll agree with what everyone had said. They're allowed, Kim's an allowed, she has, people, and to the fact that they're, as Howie was saying, is that they're so allowed that they want to do something for the community. And, to me, that speaks volumes already, because they have the passion. You could see, though, as we talked to her about the process, it was almost a deer in the headlights kind of conservation easement, what? Talking foreign language almost to her. But at the same time, she go get them, she's gonna try and figure this out. All right. But she can try to figure them out, and she obviously has a team that is willing to support her and everything like that. I think to hear that they're engaging with Ohana in the area, like the Rapoons, who is a longtime Ohana from that area, is great to hear. Would like to see more. I think it could be strengthened where they could they mentioned Key Project. Nice to hear they were, how they're gonna partner with Key Project or Kaiolu Kahalu. They mentioned them, but again, I would love to see more on them, working with the lineal descendants, working with community, one, engaging the Rapoons to be the ones to, and that was, I think, from our site visit, we said, hey, you guys should go talk to these guys. So I think it's, but yes, they have the potential. I think they have the drive, they have the passion and everything like that. And I think they're going, I think they're going to get them. So, and they're just that little group. Mahalo.
Okay, moving on to item B16, Malama Kanakahakai. Who'd like to lead off? I'll lead off. I can't imagine a better outcome for this kind of funky property than to make an award to Malama Kanakahakai. It's got just so many things going for it. The ask is reasonable. We have a willing landowner willing to sell to this group, endorsed by them. Endorsement all over the place, from the mayor, from the county council, applicant passion, assurance of inclusion into the Molokai Wetlands Partnership. These are all huge strengths. My words here on my notes say this is can't miss. Really strong.
Oh, real quick, all in, I'm all in.
Yeah, I was on the site visit for this one as well, and I truly appreciate the deepening of my connection with Molokai. I've been going there for 20 years doing work with seabirds, getting to know other portions of the community and getting to know the Baja community from this application and really what it means to the community, not just in the sailing and going, but the responsibility, the learning, what the vision brings together, along with restoring that piece of property, which will be a huge challenge, but I'm totally in belief that you will be able to make it.
I was one of the lucky ones that got to go on this one. And it was so exciting to have the other part of it come together here and the presentation and to have the willing landowners show up and speak. So powerful, really powerful. But the site visit for me began in Honolulu at the airport. The mokulele, you have a seatmate, right? Just one person right next to you. And we didn't know who she was. Start chatting. And she found out why I was going to work. And she said, well, Legisland, let me tell you about this project, this VA project. Right? Yeah. Wow. That is some serious, serious community. And you guys have just set a new bar. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That was my first time ever to Molokai, and to be in for this reason, for these two amazing projects that I got to experience. I have to be honest, in the beginning, I was like, okay, new organization. I was hesitant. I did share my concerns with Jay, and I don't have that anymore. Because when I just me personally, you look at the capacity of an organization, you look at years, you look at, that doesn't mean anything. Because the work that you do, you're already doing it. You've been doing it for 50, 60 years, however long, it's generational, right? And you have to be a 501(c)(3) to receive government funding, unfortunately, right? That's one of the requirements, but the heart, I look at Keiki Tukupuna, right, was represented at this site visit. Lohiau's, Keiki, Auntie Penny, Auntie Donna, it was like, oh, it was just so powerful for me to hear their stories of the place when they were there, growing up. This is the entrance to the town. I hate that word Dust Bowl. Please rename this property. Please, I can't wait for this property to have a proper name, because it's not Dust Bowl to me. This is a community space that there's so much that can be done here, and you guys are just amazing, and 100% support this project. Mahalo for this experience.
Thank you everybody for presenting here. I'm an easy win on this side, not as short as Mike was, but I'm an avid sailor. There's no better match to me than being able to teach people through wind. And then as part of the Molokai Wetland, this project fits in as a demonstration project that can motivate the rest of the wetland spaces. It's not just this. The window into Kaunakakai, that land is waiting to show what we all know about Molokai and how big the part is of the place. And that is the place where you can shoot this from the 10,000 angles that you guys described. So I hope to support not just through the mission, but for as much as we all want to know this.
Oh, I just wanted to add a little thing. So I left my jacket on Molokai. And it showed up here at the meeting. Expensive jacket. Oh, yeah. And one more little tidbit that I thought was just genius. When we were in the opening circle on the land, we were all asked what our relationship to paddling was. And what came out of that was so rich and so beautiful in a different way. of feeling our pina. Who's ever been to that voice? Come on.
When the Legacy Lands Commission program is 50 years old, I really doubt that there will be a project that could take the award for being the greatest value of the community to the islands and beyond than this particular position. So thank you so much being there for all the work that just brought it to this moment. And thank you, yeah.
There's a way that we look at these projects for their intrinsic value because, of course, that's in our authorizing legislation. There's a way that we look at these with community support and what they're giving back to community. And then I'm seeing some of these projects that not only are not in competition with each other, but you can begin to see how the support that we're giving to one project is going to support another project and another project. And I heard it twice here. It's like, well, if they don't have access through there, we could still come in on our bond. And then you guys are like, and we're going to come over to Honolulu. And I'm like, wow, what we're seeing here is really stuff that happens across the Pai'aina. And it's exciting to me as a commissioner who's only in my second year to think about the keiki projects that may get connected in over the years. I really see this as being one. And also in terms of this being a new organization, I love the fact that there is Ohana that you also have elders across these islands who will support you in going forward and in making this a success. I have no doubt about that at all.
Okay, mahalo. Wow, Lohio, you're planning work, bro. You're building the wall as we go. But I'm hoping I'm on TPL's email list. We get out there like Howie. I find it interesting that we have all these rows of empty chairs, and everybody's in the back of the room. But then I realized, you know why? This is like the mo'oku ao because I see Papa Mao, I see Uncle Pinky, I see Herb, I see all these kupuna of our Ho'okele Wa'a tradition here right now witnessing this. Your dad, guarantee your dad in this room, sitting right in front of you, Loyal. Because this is just part of the legacy. And this is why it's legacy land. So important, and I love the vision you guys have because Ho'okele Wa'a, you know, I remember Nainoa, I was at Whipsy, and he was saying that that was the gift that Papa Mao provided for our lahui, was to carry on that tradition. Even Uncle Kavika Kapahulehua, he is sitting in this room right now with us. I had the honor to, because he was our manaleo, to vala'aho with him, maka'ola Hawaii. You know, he ke lohe I kona leo, e piliana ka ho'okele wa'a, what it was like for him being that first kapena on that voyage going down. I remember being 3 years old and seeing him come off that shore when we were at Hilo Bay. And so knowing that you guys are part of this tradition, yeah, you guys need one hale bad, especially on Molokai. Especially on Molokai. We know what it's like over there. We know I'm gonna just say it, right? We know the riffraff that's kind of hanging out in that area. And yet you guys have a chance to transform that, to empower our people in our community there. And so I mahalo you guys for that because you guys are gonna malama kauna kahakai. And so, you know, e ho mau kako I ke la I ke kupuna, because we're gonna see more voyagers. Because besides going moana nui akea, at some point We're going to follow the stars too. We're going to go even that further out into that moana, into that level, and follow that tradition for us as we go on and thinking about who we are on this whole world right now. So mahalo you guys. And so for me, this is top of mind, knowing that Uncle Shorty, Auntie Parian, all of these ohana that have been part of the va'a, to see Auntie Penny, and Auntie Penny's like, don't worry, we get them. These guys get them. Yeah, you young, and that's okay. But the fact that you get all these kupuna that come back, you guys, we're not gonna worry. Because you guys gonna get them, you guys gonna do them. We know that, guaranteed, you guys will do that. So save a spot for me on the va'a when you get a chance. Mahalo.
Thank you, Commission. Applicant B17, local LA Shoreline, who wants to kick it off?
At the end. Wow. So it was also my first time on Molokai. I was waiting for, with a lot of and I start, people are like, well, you could just get on an airplane and go anytime. And it's been like, no, I really need to wait for the right invitation. And wow, was this great invitation. For so many reasons, we have here an applicant that's already doing it. Like, this is going to be another one of those ones where you can see how their stewardship can go to the next level by us providing this piece for them. But they're already going to do it, and they are going to keep doing it. And the fact that succession planning is already done there, the fact that we have an entire community in support, but a community that's also gonna take this young group of wahine and hold them to account, because, Uncle Mac's not gonna, like, he may not say anything all the time, but he's watching you all the time. So, I see that intergenerational commitment and how it's already being passed down. It's another one that I go through, our lands having exceptional value due to, and you can go down the list, flying in and looking along that south shore and seeing the local ia like you don't see any place else in our islands, and what a precious thing for us to be able to protect that. Having a Kupuna Council, and then putting on my realtor hat at the end of all of the emotional part of it. I really do think, and all of us should not be naive about the fact that this ohana has to sell, and that these would be highly desirable properties, because most of these parcels do have ocean frontage. And we all know that if you put a big house there with a lot of hardscape, and then the big rains come, what happens to what goes in? There's nothing there to protect all of that runoff of going, in this case, not only into the ocean, but, as Mac was just talking about, it's not just what's inside the local ia, right? The fish come and the fish go. So protecting every bit of that shoreline is important. And I really feel like having the opportunity to steward these parcels that are mauka of the ocean and of the local ia is super, super important.
I really think this is just an amazing organization. I want to go home and tell everybody about it. And I also managed to be dense enough not to recognize that you guys don't even go to access. You barely have access. You are taking care of the place where you have really very little actual control, and you do it anyway. But I feel you deserve, you deserve the kind of, and the place deserves the kind of stewardship you guys give. And I also feel like, you know, in the best possible world, we recognize that all of that coastline is vulnerable and it should not have any development potential.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel the threat here is really high, scares me. I feel a certain urgency in this project, but Kahonua Pomona has a track record. They've established a certain trust and a certain credibility, if you will, that they can do this. They've been doing it. These fish ponds are disappearing, and Molokai in particular, South Shore, is soaking in like crazy. We really need this kind of stewardship. And if you ask me who could do it, I think these are the guys. So I don't need to go on. I feel a very high threat here, and I feel a very strong confidence that KGM can steward this fish pond and continue with their excellent work. Things would be in good hands. Very strongly in support of this application.
Yeah, likewise, the work that you guys have done is just superlative so far. There's no reason to believe that will continue. The fish ponds, they are in such need of the care that they're getting, and to be able to increase that, the access is so important. Same as has been said, the shoreline, and the fact that you're really addressing the need for growing local food. I mean, it's one of the biggest issues that we really have here statewide, and yet I don't see other groups really addressing that. We need to be returning to the foods that we can grow here and providing for ourselves, and you are on that path. And mahalo.
Yeah, kako, what everyone has says in regards to, I mean, you know, shoot, maybe 20 years ago, local weren't where they are now. You know, a lot of them were remnants, a lot of them, you know, maybe just starting to kind of have some kind of purview now where Kanaka are like, hey, can we not using our local EOs anymore? You know, my dear friends, you know, Hile Cabello and Paipaio Heia was probably, I know at least my first intro of like really thinking like on a large scale, what do we do on getting a local EO up and running again and utilizing that to feed our communities and everything like that. So I applaud you guys because there's plenty work. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things that you have to think about in regards to wall restoration, how we're going to remove mangrove, all these kinds of things. But certainly you have a team and an intergenerational team at that to see, you know, Keiki here, to see Ohana here, multi-generations, to see Uncle Mac here with his Ike, with Mohala na Konohiki and trying to grow more of our Konohikis to know how to manage our Aina, our clay and everything. So yeah, I think you guys are on the right track. You know, you have a mo'oku auhau of those that have been part of this Molokai community who established Kawanua Momona. And you know, hearing Matt share about that connection to how you guys got shared, you know, established, what do you guys do now, your educational programs, your Aina-based programs, that's awesome. And that's, again, you guys serving that need, right? You guys are exercising that air, that agency, that self-determination of what is needed for your community. And that's what we love to see here at Legacy Lands, because we know it's gonna live beyond, right? Because we only get one short a bit of time on this planet until we ready for Ho'ikapo with the rest of the kuponas and everything like that. So I mahalo you guys. I, like my colleague said, yeah, I mean, no access, what? That's crazy. And so figuring that out and also knowing, and helping you folks think through about what it means to engage in community, what it means to, work with lineal descendants and things like that, and the future of how Ali'i and Kaloko'eli fish ponds can become that breadbasket once again, right? Become the Aina Momona, become the refrigerator for for your South Shore community is gonna be important. And so you folks being able to do that is, my kai. And so, yeah, mahalo to you guys for all that you're doing. Mahalo.
No, I'm a new commissioner, so you read these proposals before you meet the people. And first time I read it, very important, but to me, it was more about access than land, because the focus was on the fish pond. So I was really looking forward to meet you all and hear you all. And, after my first experience here, I'm thinking we should change the name of this program. It's not just a legacy land program, it's a community legacy land program. And when you invest in the community, you don't need to worry that much about the land because the community's going to take care of the land. And so, I'm more of a land guy. So how many acres, what the price per acre, thinking, but when you have a community that is living on the land and is committed, I feel very confident that this land is going to be well taken care of. And so, quote a new commissioner, I'm all in.
Well, I have to echo everything everyone said. It is just an absolute honor to me that I had the privilege of being part of this site visit, and I just mahalo to you for welcoming me into your Aina, showing me all the hard work that you do. I am just so impressed. I can't even put into words. You guys are just unreal, amazing in your community, what you do. And the sustainability component is huge. That's big. Like you said it, right? If the containers stop coming in one day, you'd be okay, right? You're doing it, you're living it, you're not just talking, you're doing it. And I can't even, I'm just so impressed by all your work. And to have your Hiki here today and speak, they're gonna be your future, right? They're gonna be there in 50 years, right? Your sister, obviously, she's gonna be your successor one day, but that is just amazing, just amazing. So I just echo what the commissioners say. This is an absolute dear project for me, and 125-30% support this. And Uncle Mac, just an honor to meet you and be in your presence. I never met you in my life, and I hear so much about you on Big Island, right? Everybody talks about Uncle Mac, the legend, the legend. You're a legend, and just mahalo for being here and supporting. Yeah, mahalo.
Hard to come after all of these wonderful things to say. Just the tone of the monologue in here is different than some other groups. You can really sense that it's about building women and as much as it is about building place. And that it's for this project, yes, having one more fish pond access is great. We could help you get 10 more fish pond access, make sure you have all of them, but it's about learning how and you all, that's really at the core. And that the fish pond becomes the place to do your work. So I really hope we all have vision for you. Make it happen. Oh.
I first visited in, I think it was 2010, when there was this statewide fish pond conference in Molokai. William Isla was just named director of DLNR. He flew in the helicopter. And later that afternoon, we went and to lead and cleared mangrove. And so fast forward to going back there with Tiani's group and seeing how robust and how orderly and how organized, that those aren't always words that one encounters in the Lahaina groups. But it's matured in this most beautiful, beautiful way. And her team spoke really deeply and really personally about how the programs have given them strength to go on in difficult times. And it was the most gorgeous example of what happens when dedicated people show up day after day after day and are willing to do the hard stuff, like fixing the composting toilet, you know? We just, it is really so beautiful to see how it's matured in the most beautiful way, and the way you keep bringing in more and more people from the community and prioritizing staffing in a way that most groups don't. If you walk into their office, there's a big board. You have the grants and the deadlines, and you just know that they are willing to do the work that needs to be done to make it happen. So can't wait to visit next time. I hope it's not another 15 years.
Thank you, commissioners. I think we've heard from everyone on this. That concludes our roundtable. I think I'm required by law to ask for public testimony on this issue. Hearing none. I will move on. We will now recess for about, well, let's say until 2:45. Commissioners, it's time for you to put pen to paper. Please fill out a hard copy of your ranking sheet. Mr. Penn and I will take all your results and put them together. So I hope to reconvene at 2:45 to discuss the results of the ranking process. Thank you all. So we are in recess.
Everybody else gotta go outside for a while.
Hey, okay. So we can.
Only 1:25.
Okay.
And you can give as many 1, 2, 3, and 4 slots.
Got it. So
Only 1:5.
I'll check a little bit. Okay.
How still less space. Oh, you got the other 15.
I'll already do.
And it's only an hour, so yeah, it's so. Gabby, you don't have a pencil. I can.
We're gonna plan.
Share when we. Put it on. Oh, no. Don't put it. You need a drum roll? No, I put. Oh, no. I don't, I was, I didn't fail.
For the record, you need specs. Double check for long report for a. I went to 36, so.
I don't feel more that. My God. John Richard. You like it? Oh. Oh, sure. Oh, gee. Wow. I was like. Absolutely. That's the I'm sure that helps. Oh, you get it. Very good. I can get my social. That time. Have my baby. Talking to the. Like, that was. Things that, well, the phone is. Oh, I'm sure that. I'll give. Or if I was. Oh, this is cool. Many words do that to us. We have a lot of ours. Beautiful.
Yes, we're ready. Here, three. I'll go.
Caroline. Giants.
Oh, wait.
Okay, just keep that as full.
We can share.
Yes, try to share screen. Oh, sorry. Oh, I think I can. Yeah, well, yeah, whether it will be each this or side. Wait, why not see? Just a meeting, Christus Bios, in dark. In the recent long. I don't know, okay? People need. Wow. Yes, it's like it's dry. I think we jump.
Or
Put a lot up. Well, we need a meeting.
Ay, okay.
big.
We can. You can.
These are the results of the ranking. We have a tie in first place. Oh, okay. Meeting 92 is back in session at 3:10 p.m. These are the rankings as received from the 9 commissioners. I'd be happy to go through the details of this, but basically these are the ranking results. 2 top ranked applications tied at 1.11, really exemplary applications by everybody's estimation, and the local LA shoreline also scored in the ones, if you will. So they are ranked 3rd. East Maui Coastal Forest came in 4th with a total ranking of 2.11, which is really good. These are excellent. Then Hane'o'aina 2.78. The Roots and Resilience Top Blue Farm at 3.56 and Hane'o'o at 4.89. So the ranks tied at 1. This is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. If you look at the asks, and I believe I have these numbers correct, the asking number, we have $6.8 million to recommend, more or less. We will craft in our recommendation appropriately, but the fact of the matter is we could fund as requested the top 4 ranking ones with a partial award for the 5th. That would be one option. There are many options here, but at least you understand we have 6.8. All the top ranked applicants in order, the top 4 are less than our budget. So that would allow us to recommend full funding, or we can play some games with this. So I open before we to any comments from commissioners, that you see that? First, do we have to accept the rankings? Okay, I gotta find my notes.
We have specific language, or we simply kind of move to accept the.
I hope to accept, right?
I have a motion from Commissioner Blyke, second from Commissioner Wilson to accept the rankings as reported here. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, motion carries to accept the rankings as delivered. I no longer have my script.
That's awesome.
We could, okay. Okay, motion to accept the rankings as reported has been moved and seconded. Congratulations to all the applicants for participation. Our last task for today under item E is to develop our recommendation for approval of grant awards by the Board of Land and Natural Resources. We don't fund nothing. We make a recommendation. And it goes off. We try to encourage the board to accept our recommendation, but it is simply a recommendation. So we must now craft that recommendation on how to allocate available funding contingencies for redistributing those allocations and special conditions of one or more specific grant awards, if any. The sample recommendation is available in the board packet, and staff is standing by to help transcribe the commission's final recommendation. So at this point, I think it's appropriate to have discussion amongst the committee on what kind of recommendation we would like to see go forward. The simplest, which is not necessarily the best, but one option is to recommend full funding of the top 4 ranked and partial funding of the 5th. That's the simplest way, but anyway, I'd like to hear your discussion on what you recommend.
Mike, we need Mike.
Yes.
I'm going to recommend we fully fund the top 4. I do believe the ranking, at least to me, in my opinion, it does reflect the consensus of what I heard through the public comments of the commissioners. So I would propose that we fully rank the top 4. We fully fund the top 4.
Question?
Commissioner Walensky has a comment, I believe.
I'm not sure, maybe that's. I need to have access to the microphone.
I'm turned off. Way
Thanks. I am a big supporter of the Honeyhole Aina project, and given that there's the pot of money in general for the East Maui Coastal Forest is upwards of 10 million. I'd be curious to hear from Honeyhole Aina themselves, what a partially funded project would look like and how that would move along their overall vision. So I'm not sure if anyone is available to help us answer that question, but I personally my rankings definitely leans towards making sure that the Hana community got to keep their generalized vision for place. And so I would love to see how to help that as best as possible as the full commission.
Aloha, commissioners. This is Scott. Can you hear me?
Scott Crawford is online.
Yeah, we got the boots logo and we got the fun logo.
There we go.
So we don't have that. But yeah, if you got the fun logo, what happened in this olive drive?
We're all broken up. We're not getting your comment. Can you try again?
Hello, can you hear me? Testing, testing. Testing.
Oh,
Testing. Hello.
You need to mute. You're good. You need to mute the mic.
Scott, are you
Hello.
speaking?
Hello.
We can hear you.
I'm speaking.
You can type it into the chat and read it out.
Scott, I don't know if you're speaking or not, but we're not getting anything coming through here. If you'd like to type a response into the chat, we can read it.
Okay. Apparently they feel like they can hear me on Zoom, but they can't hear me in the room. Is that right?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Oops. This is chat disabled. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm available for questions, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity.
That's good.
Okay, we'll move on. If you have no comments on this.
It sounds like they can hear me on the chat, but they can't hear me in the room.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Well, what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Doesn't know what the question is.
Trying again on the question.
Okay, Scott, my question for Haneo Aina is, how would partial funding be worked with your organization? How would the value of that work? Is there a break point that makes sense? Or we're looking to make some hard decisions, so anything you could help us understand about what part of the full price point would be able to be broken down into smaller chunks would help us.
I think that basically any amount would be helpful. We understand that we are going to have to fundraise from multiple sources anyway, and whatever we realize that you have hard decisions, and there's a lot of very deserving competing applications. So whatever award we would be fortunate enough to get, we would take that and use it to go raise funds as a sort of a leveraging point to go raise funds from other sources. As I mentioned during our presentation, HANA, the Hawaii Hawaii Land Trust has stated their commitment to us that they will assist us with fundraising beyond just the County of Maui Open Space Fund. So essentially, I can't sort of give you a breaking point of what wouldn't be enough, but anything would be appreciated and would help us towards our goal.
Thank you, Scott. I have a question for my fellow commissioners. My math says that we have $400,000 left over. But then I'm also wondering about the fate of the $700,000 grant. So I'm wondering if we could say something like $400,000 would go to Haneo Aina, and then should the $700,000 come into the program, that would also be applied to them.
Just have to be applied to Maui Forest, and that funding get applied. So it would.
So that's
it's already last year's, the way we are, or last, that 700,000 technically is East Maui from the whatever district one.
Whatever, and you have 7 plus 400. Well, the 400 would go to Hana no matter what, and then the additional 7, but the 700 that doesn't go to East Maui would also.
One comment that we might have forgotten. The East Maui Coastal Forest asked. Yeah, I can try and share my screen again, but Zoom keeps coming and going. But just to remind you that, hold on.
Could be as little as 2,310,000.
Is the East Maui Coastal Forest ask is already inflated because they're not counting the 300,000 we promised or we recommended last year. Isn't that true?
You know, the 300 counts that.
That's counted? Okay. I'm advised by the program by Dave that they're hoping to have as much as 7 million. We don't yet know what the total budget will be available, so we can word it that the remainder, if so, one option would be to fund the first 4 as close to the ask as we can, and the remainder up to whatever our budget is would go to the 5th ranked program, which is Hane O'Oina. And I appreciate Commissioner Polinsky. That's her, she feels strongly about it, but the group ranking ranked it 5th.
And then if there's carryover money to help the East Maui Coastal Forest, that amount would be able to be reduced from East Maui and could transfer to.
So
yeah. Sure.
Okay.
That was 700,000. My understanding is there's another 700,000 potential through the program. And so we could designate that to the 5th ranked project, which is Hane O'Oina. So they could get as much as $1 million, not their 4 million ask, but a substantial contribution to this district. Yeah, but
I don't know why we would, on the first 4, can't we just fund the full ask instead of as close as we can? Like, can't we just say, we'll fully fund them? Is there any reason not to fully fund them?
I agree with that. Perhaps we would word something like, we recommend full funding in the order of rank until we run out of money.
Right.
Commissioner Polinsky.
I just want to be careful. Yes, it is the 5th ranked, and I would love our commission to be able to help as many different groups as possible. So of course, the goal is to fund everybody, but then you start to look at the numbers. And while the East Maui property is ranked 4th, it also has a price tag that's 3 times the average. And so I'm suggesting that the best way for us as a commission to use the money as wisely as possible is to very much consider how to best support member 5. And I think Farrell's Commissioner Blake's proposal that we take the 700,000 and see how to apply it to the next ranked group would be important. That is what I'm recommending. So I understand that it's super straightforward to do the top 4, but as a commission, we can do the best possible for all of these applicants by spreading the money as best possible so we can leverage. That's the point here, and I think this is always the point, is that we can partially fund if we can really give the legs and the opportunity to a group to be able to stand on it and fundraise the rest.
Maybe a definition of best here on what is best. But anyway, I'm not clear on what you're recommending here. Can you
maybe clarify? Are you suggesting we don't fully fund the first 4 as to the ask on the table? Well, what I think I thought we were kind of close to agreeing, we would fully fund the first 4 as on the table. what's left over, we would do it to the item B2. And if the 700,000 does come in, that East Coastal Forest doesn't need, then that would be added to the B2. But our determination is that we would at this time fully fund the first 4 projects as asked.
Which is funny. I think that's the question. So, yes, I think if I had to put a proposal on the table, I would take some money away from the East Maui Coastal Forest and put it towards Hanago. I don't think that the commission would support that, but that is the direction that I would love us to go as a commission, is to consider how to raise the money so that we're able to fund projects as broadly as possible. That is what I'm suggesting. So my proposal would be, wow, let's make sure to give Haneo Aina $1 million and then parse out those numbers appropriately, knowing that East Maui likely can fundraise for the smaller piece of a $10 million project, right? And I recognize that that might not fly today. So yes, if we fully fund and then commit the 400 plus a hopeful 700,000, that might be correct. But big picture, my real recommendation would be, hey, can we fund them at $1 million already to give them the standing to last the year against the development? Right. That's thing.
Yeah. Just playing with numbers off of that. This is the second year East Maui Coastal Forest has been before us, I think. So if we don't fully fund them this year, my guess is they're not going to go out and fundraise from some other source. We'll simply see them again next year. And arguing that and feeling fairly comfortable that that 700,000 is also going to come back to us, and that we may have closer to 7 to begin with than 6.8. We're looking at potentially 1.1 to 1.3 for B2. And it feels to me that if you're in the middle of a contested case, et cetera, that might buy them enough time that if they needed to come back next year, I'd rather have them back than East Maui Coastal, is kind of how I'm feeling. But I very much support your idea of let's see if we can help them get one step.
I appreciate your idea too, Kim, very much. But I do not want East Maui to lose the federal funding. They are top ranked for that forest legacy funding. And I don't feel safe. Any federal funding is safe at this point in time. So if this is highly ranked and has tremendous congressional support, I feel good about our supporting it too.
100% agree with you guys. Thank you.
Yeah. I'll agree, and mahalo Kim for bringing this up. I think I would listen to Scott. Any amount at this point in time would definitely be helpful for them to be leveraging monies to go after and hopefully save off the developers and the landowner. So being that, we asked Scott, and Scott said, hey, anything at this point, I'd be willing to just listen to the community and listen to Keauhali'i at this point on for them, that would be, something that would suffice for them. So that's just my mana'o.
Any other comments from the commission? Okay, so we have a couple of different opinions about this. I guess, well, we can proceed in a couple of ways. One is to have a motion to fully fund the top 4 ranked applications, and all remaining funds would be then designated for the 5th ranked project at Haneo. That would be one way to go. And if somebody feels that that's a good thing for the commission to vote on, we can have a motion discussion, second and discussion and a vote. If there's an alternative, I mean, there are lots of ways to divvy this up. It starts to get kind of clumsy, and I wouldn't like to see rankings in your version. But,
I move that we fully fund the first four highest ranked, and that the remainder go to the fifth ranked Aneo Haina.
Second.
Okay.
Oh, okay, wait.
We need the contingency language, which is very simple. David Penn for the staff, thank you for the beginning of the motion. Just a reminder, in the sample recommendation, we do have the contingency language. So however this winds up, it can be fairly simple or it can be complex depending on what you want to do. The main thing would be, we want any remaining funds as a contingency to go only to Iowa. You want to also shuffle some to the lower ranked projects below that, which is kind of in the same sense of what Kim was talking about with cross support. But if it's just the, top four and whatever's left over goes to
fifth rank.
Fifth rank, and anything that's not used by the top four ranked also goes to the rank.
Yeah, no. The motion, can we amend the motion? I would like.
Well, we got the language, but we need to agree on what we're saying here. The motion that Jay was making was that all remaining funds go to the fifth rank, on further down the sixth and seventh.
Yeah, but and then Jay added, and a contingency of any leftover funds would also go to number five,
Well,
right?
and that means that that's just what we have happening where funds this year are already going to East Maui Coastal because of the contingency that was put in for 2025. Because other projects that were awarded amongst them.
Okay, but I just need the right language.
In order for us to make this work, in the event that one of the fully funded projects doesn't use all of its funding, we need to have that additional language in the recommendation so that I can shuffle the correct paperwork to make it happen.
Yeah. Yeah. Understood.
So I can just begin again restating the motion. So I move that we fully fund the first four highly ranked projects with all remaining funds and any contingency funds that come in go to the fifth ranked Aneo Haina.
Second.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Any further discussion on this before I call for a vote? Testimony from wherever. Hearing none. Seeing no hands raised. All in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Aren't we good? I'm going to stop sharing now. Okay. We'll make sure everybody gets a copy of this, of course. Here. Well done, guys. This basically concludes our main part of the business. I want to thank the applicants, the partners, staff, all the supporters for helping us to complete our work for fiscal year 2026 land acquisition grants. Before we adjourn, which is our next order of business.
I have a comment for adjourn. I would like to commend both our chair and our vice chair for running a very productive meeting. With staff support.
with law. You know, this is kind of a sad time. I would just like to point out that this may be the last commission meeting attended by our representative Conway Wilson to do this commission. I personally will be very sad if I come into one of these rooms and she's not there. I've come to just cherish her input into our decision making as we've gone through the years, and it's just much appreciated. And before we close, I'd just like to acknowledge the dedication and the spirit that she brought to this commission. So all of it mine. I wish I had a good pile on the lady, but I didn't get that in the face. With that, may I have a motion to disband the FY 2026? Oh, yeah, permitted interaction group. What is this?
So moved.
Oh, we have to disband this together.
Yeah.
Then what happens if we don't? No, that's just what it is. May I have a motion to disband the FY 2026 permitted interaction groups and adjourn meeting 92 of the Legacy Land Conservation Commission?
So moved.
Conway Wilson has. Commissioner Jay has seconded. Jay. So let's see. Okay, all in vote, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Motion carries.
I'm opposed because there's a possibility that never disband, if we don't disband the pig groups that Kanoi was on, she'll always be.
We have 8 in favor, 1 opposed. Adjourning the meeting and disbanding the PIGs. The motion carries by not quite unanimous consent. Thank you all. We are. I need 4 o'clock.
Yes. Yes.